Oh, I have jump scared myself. Hello? I hit the wrong button, so I guess I'm here now. I have cheese in my mouth. Hang on. I hit the hotkey that switches my thing to being here instead of posting on Twitter. I got 2 cheese. Hi, Shroommates! Happy Monday! Rex, welcome back for 8 months! Blah, blah, blah. Welcome to rotation. Blah. I jump scared myself. Also, is Twitter down right now or something? I can't post my live tweet. It's not working. Your media failed. Oh! Edward, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back. First of many resubscribes to come. Yippee! Welcome back for more rotation. Thank you. Shroommates, it might not be super visually obvious right now. If I stop overacting, it might become clearer. Do you know what you're greeted here by today? Do you know what you're greeted? Do you know what Squiiji is here today? Unusual Squiiji, not the usual Squiiji. This is none other than Smirky who is back. I had dental work done again. If I smile. Oh, it's not tracking it as bad this time. That's actually not too bad. Yeah, I had some dental work done this morning. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of knocked out for the count, but I'm gonna do my best. But, so I am numb on the entire, like, lower right side of my head. It's like, for everything from, like, the center of my chin all the way up into, like, the pocket of my jaw, like, up here, and, like, down even, like, below my jawline. Because I did some preventative work done. And they used a lot of Novocaine on me. I do not know why. It was like a ridiculous quantity of Novocaine they used on me. Is you resting? I will rest when I am done. We will see how I do. If I need to end early because I'm kind of knocked out, I will let you know. But right now I'm kind of okay. I'm just like sleepy. I'm kind of sleepy. And my mouth is numb, but that's okay. Selma, thank you for giving a sub to Rick's receipt. Wait, hang on. Receipt. My freaking lip. You got this. You got. Come on. I'm gonna hold it. Reciso. Got it. Thank you, Selma. Did it go through? Yeah. It went through. What happened? Nothing happened. I got I got Novocaine in my mouth for getting just preventative work done. I have like deep hits in my teeth just as a person, and I always have, and they were like, hey, before your insurance changes at the end of this month, this is better insurance than you're gonna have. Let's just like knock out all your funny little deep grooves in your teeth. So I have, they put Novocaine up here. This one went away already. I got stuff filled into like the just tops of a bunch of my teeth. The ones on the upper left are all, like my face is back. It's fine where that was. And they did 2 up there. And the 2 remainders on the bottom side for some reason is like still like completely and totally irrevocably numb. And as numb as it was when they were doing it, so. Oh, Sella, thank you for all the bits. Woo, triangles. Oh, and Cinda, thank you for gifting us up too. Dr. Shooty, can we rotate for Cinda also? I didn't say rotate because I was too distracted failing to say a name because my mouth was struggling. Can we rotate, please, for Selma and also for Incinda? Yippee! What a good way to start the Monday, huh? Rescuing some Shroommates from Ad Hell. Rotate for the sheep? Yeah, look at that. Sheep solidarity. Shakes hands. Snoopy S.A. Mule, thank you for following. Get my knee brace today? Yippee! That's good news. Yeah, as much as like me having funny things going with my teeth it's nothing bad. It's just, I just needed it done. It was good, if anything. Oh my gosh, what is happening? Edward, thank you for gifting us sub to Nights. Very kind of you. Nilo, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back. 4,032 hours of spinning? What? What is that calculation based on? Is that based on how many months I've been a VTuber? What the heck? Mythic, also thank you for gifting 5 community subs. Thank you guys. Can we rotate for everyone, please? Look at that. Level 2 hype train. Great way to start a Monday. Thank you, fellas. Oh, Rex, thank you for gifting us up to Panda Rose Marie, too. You guys are so kind today. Very giving on this Monday in May. Thank you. You get spored, and you get spored, and you get spored. One more person out sub chat, please. Shroommates, is anyone in need? It seems Rex is being very kind and offering. Being very kind. Shroommates, does anyone need rescued from ad hell? It seems Rex may be making an offer, which is very kind of you. Thank you. How many gift subs am I on? I don't know. My overlay right now is not showing me cumulative. Right now it's showing, I think this month, which is, it only goes to like 10 or something. So I don't quite know. Yippee! Oh, Rex, thank you for gifting us some to Tokyo also! Yippee! I want more rotation. Look at that, we beat the subscriber goal today. Good work, showmates. Early achievos today. I guess this makes sense because I accidentally got here too soon. No, you beat me? Are you guys fighting? You guys duking it out? Trying to be shroomate on top? Everybody's trying to appease me. What acts of evil are you trying to appease? Someone's trying to get away with saying certain words. Ow! Hey! I might have Novocaine, but I can still feel that! Just because my face is numb doesn't mean it doesn't hurt my soul. Hey! Balance. Okay, you're right. The shroommates were being too nice. You did have to balance it out by throwing a table at me. Okay. Fine. Somnium. Peace? Thank you for following. I'm sorry if I'm goofing up your name. I have teacher debuff, and right now I have even worse debuff. I have Novocaine mouth debuff. I have cannot control the lower right side of my face debuff.
Hey, what's up, gamers? It's the boy Gary, and Gary can see how generous everyone is being today. Gary likes it cause it means Gary can get some of that good concrete thanks to Gary's parent getting all that cash money, so Gary thanks y'all.
Is this your claim that you are attempting to... Are you trying to fill the Gary Concrete Fund? Is that what this is? Do you guys want me to do fundraising for Gary's Concrete Fund? There's a lot happening right now. That's the Squiiji stock standard. There's always a lot happening. Yes, yes, yes. I'll think about it. I'll consider it. I have discovered biodegradable concretes, so maybe those can be within his options. Maybe we can make those as options. Maybe. Also, I gotta calm down. I'm biting my lip because I can't feel it. Ow. I say ow. I can't feel it. But I can tell that I've bitten my lip a couple times. I gotta cool. I gotta chill. Gary's been a good bean. I'd say he can get some concrete as a treat. Where did the hunger for concrete even come from? I don't know. Low-key, I feel like it was because I did like a that's concrete, baby. Everything's biodegradable eventually. It may have also come from that, where we were talking about how mushrooms can biodegrade rocks. I don't recall. I do not recall at all. I'm unsure. If any of you remember the lore of that one, you're welcome to let me know. My memory is faulty. I got all these holes in my head, it slips out like sand through an hourglass. Sure, something Selma said, Selma coded. Very well could be. I feel like a lot of the shroomate lore does come down to a couple very specific shroommates. Oh, Selma, thank you for gifting another sub. Thank you to Scrobby. Can we rotate for Selma too, please? Again? More rotation, more rotation. Appease Squiiji. Rotate more. On the same note, everything is legal as long as no one's looking. On the same note as what? What? On what note? Something was me, don't know how to spell concrete. The self-report of couldn't possibly be me. I can't spell the word. That's funnier than I think it has any right to be. It's pretty good. I don't know if I know how to spell concrete off the top of my head either, though. C-O-N-C-R-E-T-E? That was amber? It could have been amber, but I don't know. It very well could have been. Cromteat? Yeah, no, not quite. Yippee! Hi, Jane! Enjoy your funny little creature who is touching his fingers to each other. He's going, oh, I'm so shy. Wanderless Messiah, thank you for following. Choo-choo! Oh, did you guys get different, do we get different emotes from it when we get hype train emotes? I got a little guy who's touching his fingers together, being very demure, very shy. I don't even see those ones. Is it this? Yeah. Oh, wait, so I can see all the ones I've ever unlocked? Wild. I didn't know this is how this worked. It's not like I've been streaming for 11 months or anything. BF has appeared. Ah, there you are. One of the only ones who pronounced it right? Yeah! Yeah! Rare Squiiji win! Rare Squiiji win! I rarely get the names right first try. I have so low of odds of pronouncing names right first try. I'm so proud of myself. The peak of today, here. I will not pronounce anything as correctly as I did just now for the rest of the day. Unfortunately. We know this, we expect this. But let's take roll. Also, welcome from college, Haunted Butter. I guess a lot of you who are in college, things are wrapping up either last week or this week, huh? I hope all of your finals are going well. I hope you're studying. I hope you're not procrastinating studying. And I hope you're dreaming and yearning of the freedom that awaits you just on the other side. It's so close. I can almost grasp it. You're so close. You got this. You got this. Shh, don't call us out. No. Not you doing the cross. You got this. You got this. It's okay. Everything will work out in the end. Study hard. Work hard. Play hard. I will give you a little magical. I'm a professor. I have the power to bless your grades. I can go shroomy blessing upon your grades. There you go. Camera pans over the math stuff I need to study. Multitasking. You can rewrite your math things and do physical memory by rewriting them while listening. I promise that works. I promise that's a thing that exists. I did that for chem a lot. I'd be like listening to a podcast and just copying lines out of my textbook. Is it interesting? No, but you can multitask it. It does work a little bit for physical memory, yeah. History critiques might leave you drained though. Who drained me? I'm not drained, although not yet at least. Surprised, I'm like waking up, but I think I'm like slightly mildly delirious. So I apologize in advance if I am mildly delirious. Oh, because of vampires. Oh, I see. Okay, sorry. I was not picking up what you're putting down, but I see. Oh, I see what you're doing there. College is over, I'm free. Yippee! Congrats, you escaped. They took their blood. No, I still have all my blood. They didn't take any of my blood. I don't even have blood. They can't suck my blood. I'm immune to vampires. I have nothing but like mycelium in here. There's no blood in mushrooms. I'm immune. James Dreamworld, thank you for following. It's not a sucky stream, we promise. Aha! It's not a sucky stream, we promise. They sucked up your mycelium. No, they're just like the shroommates. Everyone wants to eat me. They'll suck your ink. You're allowed to say that, that's fine. Oh. Now Gary's gonna say it.
They suck your ink.
Yep, thanks Gary. They drank all my hot cocoa. I'll tell you, I have a really funny thing right here that I'm drinking from. Joby gets clowned on for this all the time, but Joby and I reuse just like half-gallon jugs and we just drink from them sometimes. Can you tell I'm from Appalachia in some way, somehow, way back in the day? It never leaves me fully. So I have a half-gallon here that I've made my own lemonade in. And that is what I'm drinking today on stream because I was so out of it that I forgot to get myself a cup. So now you just have to deal with the fact that I'm going to like twist the lid off of it and there we go. It doesn't look that unusual because you can't tell scale, but like if you can see both of my hands, if both my hands track, jug. Suck your ink sounds like an insult? In what way? In what manner? I don't think it sounds insulting. My ink's pretty good if I do say so myself. Stealing your ink for their quill pens? I don't know if you can write with Squiiji ink. I feel like it would be too slimy. It wouldn't dry down right. The way it should, I feel. Also, I will say, talking I think is actually helping the Novocaine go away in my mouth, so maybe I'll make a full recovery here while I'm live. Get a 98 of 100 my final comics, I'm happy with it. Was working on with Squiiji on. Oh, congrats! Congrats! Congrats on your 98 of 100. I hope all of you shroommates are getting as close to hundreds as you can. You got this. You got this final season. We are almost done. We will get through it. We will adapt to improvise
Vampires get an instant 2 bonus from me. Early 2000s did something to me.
Fair. You know what's funny? Is that shroommates, if you would have guessed what the most popular kind of creature in the VTuber design submissions is, what would you have guessed? Because me, Catgirl. And Catgirl is really popular, don't get me wrong. There are a lot of Catgirls. But at least for the range I'm in right now, vampires. For the range I downloaded most recently, vampires. There are so many vampires, which I guess are a kind of demon at the end of the day, but there's just so many vampires in the form right now. I have like 14 of them or something. Because every once in a while I'll also go through and just grab like, if people have like keywords and stuff, I'll just grab a bunch of them. There's a lot of them. Lots of you vampires out there, which is interesting. I wonder if a lot of the vampire fellas are those of us who watched a lot of vampire movies in the early 2000s, or yeah, all introverted night owl shut-ins. And is it a self-roast maybe also, and what kind of creature you pick for yourself? I think there's also just like, people are into vampires. Like, Twilight did something to many of us, myself not included. I don't understand the thing people have about vampires. Not gonna lie, Twilight freaked me out. I was like, even as like a little kid, I was like, red flags. Nothing but red flags here. This entire book, everyone in this whole thing, red flags. I'm good. Vampires are inherently, like, most of the historical tales, very, like, not big on consent, which is big for me, so I don't know. My dad reads Twilight. Also, can I tell you, probably the worst part of my interaction with Twilight, just real quick, is, could you make an educated guess as to how old I was when I read Twilight? I'm gonna do a little Google here to make sure I give you the correct year, correct age. Because when did the last book come out? So I read them as soon as the final series was released. 10, like 11, okay, 14, 7, 15. Oh, for my age, I was like, that's a broad range of years. When did the final, when did Breaking Dawn come out? Do Google. I can figure out. No, not the movie. I need the book. Please. 2008. Okay, so. Okay, yeah, so it came out in 2008, so I read the whole series after the final one released. I believe I was 13 when I read it, which is not old enough. That was probably not the correct age to be reading that at all. Yeah. So I read all of it, and not only did I read all of it at the age of 13, I also read the whole series in 1 week. I read all 4 books in 1 week. And I was also the first person in my family to read them, which is why I think I got away with it, because I think there's definitely some things that should not have read. I wasn't 13 the year it came out. I just had to make sure that I wasn't overshooting with the year that it was. I wasn't 13 I wasn't 13 in 2008. That's not what I'm saying. I was definitely not 13 in 2008. I just needed to make sure all the books were out at that age. Because I didn't know if they came out in like 2008 or like 2015. I had no clue. Could be worse, got traumatized by Sonic at the ripe age of 8. No, I'm in my 20s. You guys know this. I'm in my mid-20s. Firmly. So, I read it a couple years, I guess, after they came out. That might have been after the first movie. Can see a pattern, Twilight, Black Butler. Yeah, I was accidentally watching a lot of things that I was too young for. And in a strange enough manner, you know, like younger teens get curious about forbidden things that they shouldn't be looking at. Young E.G. wasn't about any of that. I was just edgy. I was already full throttle into my emo phase at 13, which did last, I think, until I was 18. I was seen for a long time. I'm kind of going back. We're kind of going to do a revival here, I think, this summer. Pixely Fox, Camino, Jason World, thank you guys for following. I would have guessed 14, so wasn't too far off. Yeah. Getting into things you shouldn't have is peak 2000s, 2010. Yeah, internet is too young. Parents are too trusting. Was I think the exact correct overlap of things that allowed for that to be possible. Vampire Knight and Black Butler fueled my younger years. Library at school had the series. Really? Do you know what my sister always wanted to watch? She wanted to watch Rosario Vampire, and that was where I drew the line. I was like, that's weird. That show is strange. Oh, Dungeon Slime, thank you for the gifted subs. Yippee! So many shroommates getting just totally, completely saved from ads here today. Can we rotate for Dungeon Slime, please? Also, I'm amazed by how much my mouth is waking up from me talking. I may be able to like actually eat something normal at some point. Unexposed to Girls Bravo at like 10? No! Oh no! I will say that the worst I had of me being exposed to something before I was old enough to see it was probably when I was a 6th grader. My, one of my friends showed me, I believe it was Kingdom Hearts Yaoi, and I was like, I don't want to see this. I'm good, thanks. I was like, I'll pass. I'm not really about that. I am so asexual, and also at that age, I'm just like, maybe I'm just not old enough for this yet. Maybe she's like ahead of me in whatever manner. Nope, never panned out for me. I'll always have been. Watched Happy Tree Friends when I was like 10 to 12. Oh man, but see, that's also a classic one. I feel like too many people also watched it at too young too. Like that specific one. Shout out to all who found Killing Stalking. I don't know what that is. It was not Mickey X Goofy. I think it was, oh, well, I think it might have been Sora and Riku, if I'm remembering. Oh man. I actually don't remember. I think I tried to scrub that memory from my brain. I did not want to know that one. Never did anything with Twilight, but I love vampires as a concept. Wrote a short story a while back about vampirism as rabies analog that I'm really proud of. See, that's neat. I love creative interpretations of vampirism because let me tell you just like my only other anecdote here, which is that I'm Italian. We know this. I'm Italian. Fine, that's great. A thing that I did a lot when I was in undergrad was talk about liking garlic because the food that was served to us in the dining hall lacked in garlic. They would make like pastas and stuff and just no garlic in it. So I would carry my own garlic shaker with me. I'm an insane person. It's okay. I know this. I would carry my own garlic with me, put in things. I also get made fun of because I have very sensitive eyes, as does my father. And when we go outside, even in the winter and even when it's cloudy out, we wear sunglasses. And also I had a reputation for being somebody, I'm a night owl, so I would sleep during the day and be awake all night. And I also, just because I'm an introvert, would not go places unless very, 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 very directly invited. So as a result, my friends in undergrad were like, E.G., are you a vampire and you're not telling us? Are you a vampire? You are from Italy. Your family's Roman Catholic. Is the garlic thing like overcompensation, trying to throw us off? Like what? And that was like a bit that they did for like, the entire 4 years of undergrad was just every time I would do anything that could remotely be a thing that related to vampires, they'd be like, oh, it's a vampire. Using nickel silver in we had like fine art metals, which is like jewelry bench like class. I was like, oh no, I'm not getting the nickel silver. And everyone immediately was like, it's because there's silver in it. You can't have silver. I'm like, no, it's expensive. Like, no, it's because of the silver. It's because of the silver. No. Garlic cover story. No, I'm not. Fun fact from Pirate Software. Garlic reduces blood clots, making it easier to drink blood. Ha. Interesting. A kid I thought was a vampire in middle school and tried to stab me with a stake, a whole thing? Oh my god, what? I am so glad that no one ever tried to injure me in all the allegations that I was a vampire. Maybe I need to be a vampire for Halloween next year. Just lean into it, just commit. Grand Daniel, welcome back! Yippee! Bouncy little guys, I hope you enjoy continuing to rotate with us. Stay back, vampire. Fellas, I'm not gonna drink your blood. I'm just going to wait for you to perish, as you all must. It will come for all of us someday. And then I will feed on the nutrients that you leave behind and continue the cycle of life. Equally morbid, just a different avenue. Vampires just want us to eat garlic so we're easy to drink and taste better. Ah, is it reverse psychology? Is that what they're up to? They're trying to convince us that is the trait. Is that why they hang out in Italy? The Italians love their garlics. Maybe that's why. That's why Italy is such a prime location. Also, those any and all vampires that hang out in Florence are probably having a terrible time. Terrible. Fungal zombies. Yeah, I think I'm closer to a fungal zombie type of thing. Because I do take over bodies and stuff like that. I think I'm more on the zombie end of the spectrum than I am on the vampire end. A lot of my swim year, I was put the person who killed Van Gogh? What? What? The things people accuse each other of are so silly. I never understand. Not to be that guy, but it's Van Gogh, no capital V. Oh, art history. Oh, art history. Vampires are in Ireland because the weather there is always cloudy. And vampires are also in Oregon because it is also in Washington because it's also very cloudy. Almost had the same story, except I also had my teeth filed down because I kept cutting my tongue and gums, didn't keep garlic on me. Still wear sunglasses outside to this day. Oh wait, because you saying that reminds me, I should remember this is related to also me having dental stuff done today, is that I don't have like normal canines because your canines are wider than some other tooth that's next to it. I have fake canines. My canines are actually I think a premolar that is filed to the shape of a canine. Because I had a bunch of teeth removed when I was a kid because my mouth is really small. So I don't even have real canines, so I couldn't even be a vampire. Huh? Yeah, EG's had some weird dental stuff. They ripped out a lot of my teeth. I have, I believe, 4 less teeth than the average adult has, not including wisdom teeth, because I don't have those either. I don't have any of my normal canines. I just have no canines on the bottom. I have none, period. And then on the top, I have fake canines. It's strange. Interesting, right? How strange. I don't know why that was like the best tooth for them to remove and do whatever with, but I don't know. Still be a vampire, but not an effective one. I'm gonna tell you another dumb thing I learned about vampires. For some reason in my head, I always assumed that vampires had like a hole in their tooth and they were sucking the blood up into that hole in their tooth and that's why they were sucking blood. Only in my like later years as a college student did I find out that they just use the teeth to puncture and then they just use like suction from their mouth to get the blood out of the wound. Why did I think they were using their teeth as straws? Like, I don't know why that was how I thought that worked, but it doesn't make any sense. Did they my baby incisors? Yeah, sometimes I do do that kind of stuff. Yeah. New vampire lore, yeah. I think a lot of people have the same assumption. Really? Did they? That actually makes me happy to hear. I thought I was losing it for thinking that that was how that worked. I swear some vampires from movies have straw teeth. Well, yeah, because they like don't actually put their like mouth around the wound. They just have their teeth puncturing the wound and they're just like sucking like that. I don't think that makes sense, right? I don't understand Twitch. Welcome back for 10 months. How on earth has it been 10 months already? I really wish I could tell you. I don't know either. It's as crazy to you as it is to me. The passage of time is crazy. It slips through my hands day by day. Watching the days go by. Hey, welcome back to rotation. You're not alone. I was about to say, they took your blood-sucking straw teeth. You were too powerful. That's good. Did you let have tough meat before you had your teeth out? No, that's probably why they took out canines. You don't need them as much. I'm vegetarian. And you know what? I was already required to, for medical reasons, not eat red meat at the age where they did take them. So maybe that is related. I bet that I don't need incisors as much as the average person does, because I will never be permitted to eat red meat in my life. And also, I just don't eat other meat for the most part either. Interesting. Interesting. The water hold me down? No, don't let the water hold you down. Did you get bit by that tick? No, I got other things going on. Not the tick bite, but that does occur. That is a thing that happens. Mine is more related to things that are in the meat. I can eat red meat if it's... If Fungi Father were to go shoot a deer, I could eat that. But I can't eat, like, cow or pig or anything that comes from, like, any kind of industrial farm, if that makes sense. It's strange to explain, but without getting too specific about it, but I don't really eat any meat, period. I have some fish. I have a little bit of fish, and I eat some shrimp. Mostly just shrimp. That's it. EG needs the fresh blood? No, I don't. I do not. I do not need blood. I don't actually like blood. No. Maybe a little too much red meat, maybe a little on the rare side. Well, at least you got those big old sharp canines for it. You have the exact opposite, need to eat red meat for my anemia. Guess what? I also have anemia. I just take iron. I take slow release iron for it. Any of you who have been like long-term filling out the dossier of like miscellaneous EG lore is like, all right, EG's allergic to mangoes and toothpaste, and also can't eat red meat, and also auditory processing disorder, and also hearing loss. The list gets longer. The list is longer than that. EG's had like so many major concussions. I think 3 that got banned from contact sports. A lot of EG lore. I'm missing 4 teeth. It doesn't look like I'm missing 4 teeth. I just have less teeth. But yeah, EG lore is deep. So powerful, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Can you imagine how powerful I would be if I wasn't like nerfed with all of this miscellaneous random nonsense? I'd be too powerful. Too powerful. They gotta keep me under control. Otherwise, I would have already taken over the world at this point. Like, obviously, but keeps me humble. Keeps me connected to the people. No, not manga. Not manga. Mangoes. The red fruit. And yes, toothpaste. I'm allergic to sodium lauryl sulfate, which is the thing that is in the toothpaste and also in sunscreen and 8 million other things, yeah. Violet praise Atopia. Thank you for following. ADHD and can't swim. I will sink in any water that isn't the ocean. I think the ocean wants to eat me, so I do stay out of it, so I understand that. Adventure Time, the vampires do have straw teeth? Oh, do they really? Wait, hang on, that's good to know. I'm noting that down. I'm noting that down. Who's the current rubric, Chan? Good segue! Hey, Shroomates, we're gonna check roll 40 minutes into stream. And you know what? This was a very specific and targeted EG apps for 40 minutes because my mouth is almost back to fully awake, so now I don't have to worry about not talking normally. And I think I will probably actually be able to make it the full stream today. Thank goodness. I think I did to get this talk out of my system, get my mouth to work again, and now we're good. We're ready to roll. Oink. Yippee. Allergic to coconut. Oh no. That's unfortunate. Yeah, they put coconut in everything, unfortunately. Who's here, Shumates? Yeah, we'll do Gamba too once we get to the rubric. Close up with your mouth. I just had to get a couple, I got deep grooves in my teeth and I got them filled. Preventative work. They still gotta numb you for it. I just had Novocaine. Let's go back in time. Where did we start here today? Where are we? Nilo, Edward, Star Heron, Little Chai Latte, Lance, Panda Rosemary, Calico Tux, Rex, Fine Candy Floss, Bleak, Bugs, Dirt Stump, Beepa Beepa, Ms. Direwolf, Blue Fire Blood, Selma, Shells, Rand Daniel, Wanderlust, Bun Bun Cow, Let Me Arcane, Live to Thrive, Dungeon Slime, Vixen Field, Yazing Ame, Wern, Lady Danger, Vixen Field again. Oh, oops, I already read that. Mythic. YouTube Shumates who's here. Oh. I see Moss Cake, Soda Face, Haunted Potter, Callie, Silly Sucky Sally. Hi, fellas. Happy Monday. Andromeda, I see you. I'm listening to Novocaine in my dad's truck. Oh. That is a song. I was acknowledged what happened. You redeemed the here thing, so you're here for class. I've taken roll successfully. Oh, where's my onion? Hello? Onion, come back to me. In my heart, I still believe. Zeop Ghost and Miss Pumpkin. Hello, I see you here too. Void Eclipse also. Noted. Also, lurkers, don't worry, I see you. You're marked down. Thank you for coming. Also, Pod Watchers, I see you also. You're noted. Your attendance is fantastic. Good work. You're here. By the way, my name is pronounced the same as Rin or Ren. Oh, okay. Bet. Noted. I'll try my best to remember that. Thank you. Hi, also. Fun to know. I'm trying to do a fun fact as well. You guys swapping fun facts. Nice. Because of being not home, I hope you guys were all proud of me. I did post our schedule a day early this week. I did it yesterday. Are you proud of me, Shroomates? I posted it on time, but I only posted it on time because I was not gonna be home over the weekend. I was traveling to visit family. My shroom mom, shroom sister, and my cousin, and my father all have birthdays within like 10 days of each other, pretty much. So I had to travel for the birthday gauntlet, and therefore I had to do my prep work in advance. But you know what the one thing I forgot to do was get our rubric chan prepared. So you gotta bear with me while I get us a rubric chan. Let's locate a rubric chan. Shroom scheduled. Yeah, Shroom did schedule. I was on top of things. You go to here. Let's see. Who is our lovely rubric Chan of the day? Who was our last rubric Chan? I think our last rubric Chan was Selma's, right? Let me scroll back and see who's next after Selma. Whoop. Mad Buns! Oh, which one do I take from Mad Buns? There's a couple. First draft, which was the final rubric Chan? Oh, this is the one. There we go. Got it. Whoop. Take that. Whoop. Oh, spoiler. Hang on. This here, we'll scale that down in. So we got a rubric Chan brought to us by Mad Buns here today. And also for Thursday, theoretically. There we go. We'll put this like that. That's the final version. Oh boy. Hand stability, -10. There we go. Also, do you remember how I was not having fun with my mouse for like the last like 2 to 3 business weeks maybe? My mouse is working normally right now for some reason and I don't know why. Let's see, let's put a bye Mad Buns. There we go, gotta get our credit in here, and I'll put this like, sure, right there. It's good, so there we go. So here is our rubric for VTuber Design Critiques. Today we are doing Vampire VTuber Design Critiques. What is a rubric Chan? A rubric Chan is my community's personification of the rubric we use to grade. So this is Mad Buns rubric Chan, who is taking some inspiration from my fungi brethren. And I forget what this is called, the fungi that have this sort of like nets on them. But look at her, she's so cool. She's got a ladder built like right into her design. She's got her little like professor's cap on too with more ladders. So cool. Look at those shoe silhouettes. Neat. Neat. So, sick design, get us started. Also, for our critiques, this is the rubric that we use in an attempt to stay as objective as possible, to remove as much of my bias as I can in the critiques, give everyone a fair grading as they so deserve. So to do that, we've got 5 categories. You can score 2 points in each of them. Color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal points, and concept and motifs. For color palette, the palette should be cohesive, interesting, and well executed to get full points. No points if the palette is majorly low contrast, clashing, if I'm slapping a bunch of color layers left and right, no points. For silhouette, the silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable to get full points. I should be able to identify you specifically by your silhouette alone to get full points here. No points for your silhouette if your silhouette is non-distinct, blob-like, if you have a climbable ladder type of design, if you are completely symmetrical, that often affects this also. No points. For complexity versus clarity, model should be well balanced, the details should support the concept and focal points without being excessive. I should, for all intents and purposes, be able to turn you into a fun little marketable plushie without removing all the things that make you you to get full points. No points will be awarded if the model is distractingly complex or too generic to the point of, too simple to the point of genericness. Focal points to get full points. The focal points should be well executed. Those focal points aforementioned are the eyeballs, the face, not the assets. It is the face. I hate to break it to all of you. You've been, yeah, you know this. We know this. We know the face. We love the face. We should look at the face. No points if the focal points, the face, is totally lost due to low contrast, over detailing, or other competing areas of interest. We know what that's like. Concept and motifs do get full points. The concept should be clearly and creatively presented in the design of supporting motifs. I should be able to tell things like maybe your personality, your occupation, what your species is, things like that just from looking at you visually. And if I cannot get any glimpse at what those things may be from looking at you, no points then. Yes. Lacy Veil Mushroom, I think, something like that. Basket Stinkhorn. Yeah, I think those are both 2 varieties that have it, but there's a name, like a biological term for this kind of structure on a mushroom, and I can't think of what it is. I think it is a kind of veil, but I don't, there's a name for the kind of veil that it is. Because veils are just like longer rings that they can have. This is just where, which I don't even think that is the same thing, because a veil is usually where it used to be connected to the like base, but these kind of unfurl out from under the cap, so I don't know. I literally have a mushroom right here. That's the answer, but I'm not getting it. Not right now. But anyways, We can also give bonus points for super compelling, unique, or otherwise well-executed concepts, unique, exciting art styles, or if I just really like you, I can put you on the fridge. This is my bias area. Articulation, it's not called that. Veil remnants, maybe? It's gonna drive me nuts if I don't look at what it is. Where is my mushroom book? Also, I've been sitting with a bag of chips in my lap this whole time. Oh wait, is it not on this bookshelf? Never mind, I lied. It's not in this room with me, so I'm not looking. Love mushrooms in concept, but some of them trigger some phobia. That's fair. They have like weird like holes and pits in them sometimes, so I can understand that. I'm gonna put us onto the first fella, and I'm going to take a bite of my cheese stick and eat a chip with it while you guys do a little reading, and then I'll do the reading. But look at this neat fella. Strong start here, huh? Put the chips back in my lap while I take a bite. Ah? Oh wait, it's you! It's you! You're here! I see you! Did you see yourself on the thumbnail? Did you know you're making an appearance? Or did you see the vampire and we're like, me? Maybe? So cute. Right? Right? This search looks like reticulation. Ah, is that what it's called? I see. I believe Valley is with us at the moment. None under the cap is called an inducium. Ooh, okay, we're learning our mushroom lore here right now. Let me get a bite of my snack. Oh. I can't feel my teeth. That's strange. I have an updated sheet in the Vtuber Showcase channel under Valley. Ah, bet, thank you. I didn't know that. This was the most recent one. Oh wait, you're on YouTube and Twitch. I didn't realize that one was you too. Let me see. Let me find the updated one. It's in Vtuber Showcase. Oh, there we go, right here at the top. Oh, neat. Okay, hang on. Yoink! Here's the updated version. Here's the updated one. So let me go back to the original one so I can read the information. And then we'll critique based on the updated version. So, this is Valley Ardelon. Thank you so much for giving me a pronunciation guide. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Valley is a sensitive chef living alone in a manor in the snowy tundra. Also, him. In the snowy tundra. He was originally a normal bat, but was taken in by a pair of senior vampires as a pet project to see if a normal bat can be turned into a vampire. After their departure, Valley took control of the manor and takes care of the bats that made it their home away from the cold. This design is based around the idea of a vampiric chef with a winterberry and fireplace hearth motif. While I don't like the cold, I love winter holidays and warm food. I intend for the design to be more bat, flying fox than vampire per se for lore reasons. Design notes, his chest radiates warmth that he uses to cook. He's essentially a walking heater. I love when reference sheets for VTuber designs have like the little like expression references. We get a little bit more about the character here. Because I feel like this definitely puts you become a much friendlier looking fella for having this. Red is a very intense color, and you holding a very scary knife can be maybe a little intimidating, but then having these images here, you really are just a friendly fella, aren't you? Could say this fella's pretty hot then. You could say that. Live to Thrive, you specifically could say it, and I think you did just say it. Cats would love them, that's true. Cats would probably love. So here, let me come to the updated version. So the thing here is that the updated version actually already addresses a couple of the things that I was thinking about, which is that for me, all the couple of other submissions I had, the skin tone and the hair at the roots were just ever so slightly too close in value, I think. And this has distanced them with a couple more steps between, which is nice. So that's giving me better clarity around the face. I initially was going to suggest inverting where the light part of the hair is to being light at the root and darker at the end. But honestly, this works fine. Now that there's more contrast, no issue there. The fangs are a little more apparent. I am still wondering though, is this a hair stick with the berries on it? Before in the other one, I thought it might have been a ladle for some reason. Oh, because yeah, it's metal. What is what is this stick that you have here in your hair? Oh, there might, actually there might be more notes if I look in the Discord, because it's in the hair submissions. Oh wait, nope, it's not. Just submitted yesterday. Intriguing. And then also I'm wondering, hang on, come back here. So this red bandana is sort of tied around the top of the head. It's a skewer. Oh, is that like a play on vampires and steaks, maybe? You've got a skewer going like right through your hair behind your head. Something that vineyards hang grapes in kitchens. Oh, okay. I'm not familiar with that, but that's interesting. That's why I figured I'd ask, 'cause it seems very specific, but it was just something that wasn't familiar enough to me, maybe. That, okay, neat, I see. Okay. I think, so the thing, because we have multiple versions, is I can make a little bit of comparisons between the couple of them. I think that here, we're getting more contrast in the shape of the head in silhouette, which I think is working better for the design. But over here, in this one, adding asymmetrical trim to the bottom of the chef's outfit is nice to break up the silhouette a little bit so we're not so symmetrical. These grapes on the end of it. Are they grapes or are they wine berries? Because I think that, wasn't that what the, or winterberry? Sorry, hang on. Was the winterberry? Is it winterberry maybe? Hello. Risk factors wearing a tie can actually reduce blood flow to the brain? What? Huh? I sure hope that's not true. Winterberries are red? Okay. Bet. Good to know. Let's see, so. Generally, color design. Having the most of the red centered around your face, very good. It's making the face very focal for me. And then also having these really bright light pops, your eye whites, your eyes being lighter colors, the ends of your hair around your face, provide some good contrast with your skin tone and the dark roots of your hair, which is good for focal point. So I'm looking at you right in the face, more or less. I kind of come here first, but then go right to your face after. So I would say that's pretty good. As far as focal point goes, is there bingo? Oh, you're so right. Hang on, we didn't do bingo or gamba. Hang on. Go bingo. Let's bingo. Let's go gambling. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Let's see. How many models do you think I'll get through today? It's 3 o'clock now. We have 3 more hours. How well will this go? How many of these will I be able to get through? I will say, there is the benefit of some of these vampire designs are really strong, and I don't have a lot of things to like actively critique for changing about them. So those ones tend to go a little bit quicker. Yeah, here, wait, I'll get you crit bingo also. YouTube. And then I'll get you a poll for how many models will I get through. Man, I wish YouTube remembered past polls and stuff. That'd make it so easy. I'm gonna go 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. Poll up. Okay, I poll up. Poll up at the after party. Stop, no, let's go gambling's a focal stim for a while. Hey, I feel like it was very popular for a minute, but not anymore. I haven't heard it in a minute. The time it took you to start, I did 2 clients. And the time it took me to start, I would have gotten through 2 clients for consultations for just 2 half-an-hour crits. That's just how I am, though. What can you do? So, focal point. I would honestly give you full points for focal point. I feel like the gold eyes don't always work super well, but because of the contrast here, the gold eyes actually work quite well. I feel like just for VTubers with pale complexions, maybe gold eyes aren't as standout as they could be because they're too similar in hue or value to the skin tone, but here there's a lot of contrast with them, which is very nice. Good contrast. So focal point, good. For silhouette, I feel like in the original, let me drag this all the way down here so that way I don't have to keep flipping back and forth between the ends of it. As I flip back and forth, there's something about the... Maybe it's that length of the head or something, but it makes me wish that maybe we just got a little bit more of the silhouette of just the head here with the neck. where this hair, like maybe it can be just like closer to the head back here, although that might make you look bald. Hang on, let me just see, just because for clarity, I want those wings to really stand out on the sides for silhouette purposes, and I think that's good. Shall I not lose half my points 2 weeks in a row? Surely. Surely not. No way. Couldn't be possible. No way, no how. Also, butcher's heels. That's interesting. I have never heard of butcher's heels particularly before, but I will say as far as concept goes, I think I'm able to get just about every part of your concept here, where the red is pushing me in the right direction of vampire. You do have wings, and I wish maybe the wings were maybe a little more integrated into the design itself. Right now, they're just sort of wings that are kind of tacked on, where the wings could be a part of, like, you know, the way that the trim is designed on things, or similar for the wineberries, which only, was it wineberry? I forgot already, hang on. Wineberry, winterberry, sorry, winterberry. W berries. Squeegee's having W berry trouble. Because for them, they really only show up here, and then I think there's a couple individual ones that are scattered maybe throughout the hair. But I'm wondering if there's some way we could integrate them more into just the general design. Shoulders on the chef coat are bat wings. No, I do see that. I do see that those are bat wings, but I want a little more. Because I feel like we don't need the bat wings on top of the head and at the neck. We could probably do with one of them and then use a more subtle way of incorporating the bat wings in, sort of like how those are. We're like cut out in the glove or something of that nature. Maybe. They're also on the hair. Yeah, I see these ones down here, and then I see these ones up at the top here, and then there's more of them down here. Repetition on one hand is good, but repeating the same thing as the same exact wing 3 times across the whole design, I feel like there's other ways we could incorporate it. I feel like we don't need it all of those times. We kind of get the point from the ones on the head at the top. Maybe we don't need all of them, and we could pare it down, or say, you know, like these, I get these are going for like a more rounded, friendlier shape language. We're getting contrast, sharp points, rounded things. But like ties are a good opportunity where you can have, like, you know, something that's tied that then becomes like, you know, your wing that's attached to something. And it could be pretty subtle. It doesn't have to be super exaggerated, where even if it was just like just cut like little bits out of it a little bit so that it gets that little like jagged edge on the bottom a little bit. Might be interesting. And then I don't think we need every single one of these instances of wings. This design, I think, benefits from being and staying sort of pared down in nature. It's very clean. Here's could be vamp wings, maybe. Both strands could be the wing shape, that'd be cute. Yeah, like these ones could be that shape, these ones could be that shape. Doesn't even need to be both of them for asymmetry style. Hermes style. Oh yeah, I could Hermes style. Could also have the shoes have the wings on them, which might also be funny. I believe butcher heels was to avoid stepping with the whole shoes in blood puddles. Oh, is that, so I guess the butcher heels, yeah, by raising your foot, you're not stepping, maybe not sliding as bad, maybe? That's interesting. Shoes were also heels to be able to hang on things like higher chains. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So, let me grab this because this is just so I can flesh out this as a thought. But I think the only other thing for me is maybe I want just another hint of the berry somewhere throughout. It's only happening once in the design. We want a little repetition. So in my mind, I was like, oh, what do wineberries look like? They're just red berries. I'm left wondering if there's ways we could make your buttons feel like them in some way, where, like, you know, maybe your button is like a cluster of buttons or something that almost takes the shape of a fruit some way, or I'm not sure. Just trying to think through potential angles for that. But for the most part, I'm getting your concept pretty clearly. For silhouette, you do have 2 nice big things that are breaking the symmetry here. Kind of might be a little difficult for me to do a... Oh wait, no, it's not gonna be. Actually, it's gonna be very easy. Check your silhouette. Weep. Whap. Whoop. I think your arms might be a little short right now, but for all intents and purposes, having the sort of diagonal fanning of this underside of the chef's coat is nice for silhouette. And then, you know, having your bandana, question mark, tied off at one side of your head and then having these hanging off the other side, good for silhouette. I understand why these are there. They are also nice, mayhaps, for the silhouette. But I think we're getting the point just from the ones that are on your head. So I would pass that. Original butchers who wore high heels were Egyptians. That's potentially a route for motifs. Interesting. Huh. I didn't know they were Egyptian. Huh. Their coffin's proportions, long and narrow on bottom, wider at top. That is kind of true. That having been said, it would be even more coffin-like if we made it like even like a little wider at the top here in the shoulder area maybe. And then, you know, this could taper in just like a little bit more. But that is kind of a funny thing to point out as far as shape language goes here. I will say there isn't maybe as much visual weight as we might like. There's a little bit happening down here from this becoming wider. But the widest point of the... I keep trying to call it a skirt. I don't really know what to call it in this case. It's like a petticoat in some way too. This trim is just as wide as the hair is, where I feel like this is one of those cases where I would either want this to become more exaggerated so that it becomes the widest thing in the design, or the hair to just be more exaggerated so that becomes the widest part of the design. Which isn't a huge deal. I just want a little more weighting there mayhaps. I'm also being like more critical because overwhelmingly I feel like this design is very fleshed out and very well thought through for the most part. Give it the ladder. So honestly, I don't really have that many things I would even propose to change here. Weep. Whap. And then this is kind of flat across the bottom, but it is diagonal here. You have a couple little accessories that are adding some variety in the lines. Sleeves add a line there. This is one here. Those are all kind of lined up where maybe they don't need to be. Where this bow could exist on a different height than the little wings on your shoulders, maybe. Or the, like, sleeve caps, potentially? Chin. Top of head, eyes. This thing's diagonal. This is providing some other lines on this side of the head. Top of the wings. Top of the bun? Yeah, that's a bun. How we feel about this ladder? Avid VOD watcher, happy to get home from work. Chill some TV to catch a live. Definitely excited to watch Back That I Missed because I love vampires a bunch. Yippee! Welcome in, Mysterious C. I'm glad you're getting to watch some. Welcome in. Hi, Lariat also. Hello. Dangerous ladder. Ouchie. Oof, ouch. My Novocaine has worn off. I can feel the ladders impacting with my skull once more. Oof. Clarify the original people who wore high heels or butchers in Egypt. Oh, okay. I see. That makes sense. I do agree. I would say this is this is probably an impossible ladder. Your ladder has achieved the power of levitation. Woo, magical levitation ladder. Good asymmetry, good clustering in the upper part of the design around the face, which is probably also why the head's working so well as a focal point. Honestly, other than just like the little notes I had about maybe wanting a little more exaggeration and also just adding a little more of the motifs, just give me either an exaggeration of the hair. Oops, I'm goofing it up. Either exaggerate your hair or like your shoulders or something so that you're a little bit more, not to say top heavy in the design, but kind of. So you've got some visual weight in the top of the design, or alternatively, you could just exaggerate this at the bottom some more and then make it more bottom weighted. Maybe your shoes get a little bigger if you do that too. Make them a little stompier. But I just want a little more visual weight, mayhaps. Top heavy, yes. Yeah. Go lean more top heavy maybe then with the design, where maybe like this is the solution. And I might even, just to even push shape language further, maybe make this less wide so that we're really creating like a triangle in the upper part of the body. For weight's sake. Usually I like exaggeration. Unusual for me to make something smaller, but I think that is probably what I would suggest as far as shape language goes. And yeah, even making like the bottom of the sleeves a little wider, I think is good maybe. I can fix this. I like accidentally goofed the sleeves up a little bit when I was doing. Maybe move those a little bit. But yeah, just a little bit of reshaping, a little bit. But I think you're just about there. Looking nice. Did I talk about everything already somehow? Hang on. Concept. I'm paying what you're putting down. I'm seeing all of it. And the little things that I do have to say for modifications are very nitpicky things. Usually they're the kind of thing that I would feel terrible taking points off for because they're very nitpicky. For focal point, it's your head. It is your face. Got good contrast. The red is pulling us in. Works out. Complexity versus clarity. It's fine. I have maybe just like the slightest clarity thing between your shoulders and the hair behind it, which may mean you just need to push your gradient in the back of your hair up just like a little higher. So we're reaching those lighter values up around like here so that it stands out against like the peaks of the shoulders just a little bit more. But I mean, that's not too dire. It's kind of minimal. Any amount of points I feel like I'm trying to take off here, I feel like I'm being very nitpicky for. Because for silhouette, your ladder passes with flying colors, despite me wanting you to have more weight, and maybe I do take a half point off for just that. You're so close. You're so close. Complexity versus clarity, such a minimal, just one little clarity thing. The color design is well done. I like the contrast of the blues with the reds. You've made a character that looks sort of chilling and intimidating as, you know, a chef. They look like somebody who, you know, is embracing sort of the more monstrous end of vampirism in some way, where you've managed to make a character that has an overwhelmingly cool palette with interesting pops of red that still feels friendly and doesn't feel entirely scary, which is difficult to balance. So the color design, I think, is working quite well here, too. Plus, bonus points, because you were on the thumbnail. Yours was one of the designs that I saw a minute ago from your original submission to it, and you got put in a folder somewhere. I think you were put in a folder for like a red day or something, and then that didn't pan out. Or maybe you were in the Halloween one. And I was like, man, we really got to talk about this one of these days. Macabre, yeah, just a little macabre. Yeah. So with bonus point, 10.5. Let's go. I think that's the highest score we've had in a couple weeks, huh? We haven't broken 10 in a minute. This design, I think, is very clever. I enjoy the layering of your concepts. You're executing your concepts pretty well, and any of the critiques I have for it are pretty nitpicky, to be honest. So I think you are quite deserving of 10.5 out of 10. Also, I love all the doodles that are on these. It tells us so much about the character and tells us so much about the personality. I love to see that when I'm doing character illustrations for people, because it tells me how your character is perceived, essentially, so I don't assign them the wrong personality traits. They're nice. We do... Yippee! I see you guys already cheering. Round of applause! Round of applause for Valley, please. Yippee! Also, I can clap. I forget that I have this power. I have hands. Did you notice that, Shermates? Were you aware that I had hands? Because I periodically am not. Claptacular. Yeah, we have a little clapter, a little bit clapter. Wait, Odd Fudge, you were at the dentist today too? Welcome back, Odd Fudge! Yippee! 10 months of Prime, let's go! I'm honored to use your Prime sub for me. You only get one of those. Also, 10 months, let's go. Also, crazy, you were also at the dentist today. I went to the dentist today too. You have hands? Yes. Yes, I do. My favorite comment that I got on my earliest stop. No, I get it. You have hands too. Sure, mates have hands. Catch these hands. How about that? Now I don't have hands. Now I just have mitts. The earliest, like the most comments that I used to get on my videos when I was posting the YouTube videos more consistently was, "You talk with your hands. I love that. You use your hands so much." And I forget that I have hands. I need to like hold my hands up higher because I gesture still a lot with them, but they're just too low and my leap motion doesn't pick them up unless I come up here. Need to go to dentist? We were talking, vampires should go to the dentist. Teeth are very important for vampires. I agree. Hand tracking's rare for VTubers. I am the unusual breed. I am the perpetually 3D VTuber, which is why I get to have this power. Dentist gang, were you also at the dentist today? How many streamers were at the dentist today? That's crazy. We're just like me for real. All of us. All of us. You know, the Novocaine got to their brain, they're forgetting they have hands. Well, when I was at the dentist, they asked me if it felt all right, like if my bite was like lining up properly, and I was like, I don't know, man, I can't feel. They were like, do your teeth feel right? And I'm like, I don't know, I can't feel my teeth, which is strange. You forget that you can feel your teeth, that you do have feeling in your teeth, until you don't have feeling in your teeth. You still have like pressure receptors and temperature receptors in your teeth, and you forget that's a thing until they're numb and you can't feel it. And they were like, how's it feel? I'm like, great question. You should know that I can't. And then they asked me like 3 questions while their fingers are in my mouth, and I'm like, okay, I wait. I will wait to answer your question, that's fine. Or they asked me the question while they've got the funny like sucking thing in my mouth, and it's doing the like noise, and I can't hear them. Because of course the dentist is on my bad side, the side I can't hear as well out of, and the loud object is on my good hearing side. Oh yeah, when I asked the design to be good in 3D, what modifications should be needed for it to work? Oh, you're right, I forgot. That was written in the notes for it. Honestly, your design is a dream come true for me as a 3D modeler, because it doesn't have any of the things that make 3D suffering. The long chef's coat might be the only thing that might be kind of troublesome, so we weight painted your legs, and it might get a little funny. If you're open to the idea of having it split up the sides, that may help insurmountably. Like if you were to just have the coat have like a split that goes up above the knee. I'll just go like this, we can kind of see like that it's exposed. And it doesn't have to be this far around the side, but that will help your rigor immensely. Just because down here, it would have to be doing some like funny nonsense around the legs, and if you were to move your legs apart, it would have to stretch the whole thing around you. And by cutting slits into it, the legs can slip through, and we can push this inner fabric, which looks like something that would make more sense to stretch. This would probably look kind of strange stretching. But otherwise, honestly, I think everything here visually, as far as I can tell, makes sense in 3D and would work. I think the only other thing to be careful about is your arcs for like objects on top of the head, where like, I'm not sure this is making sense front to back, but your modelers should be able to figure that out and make sense of it to the best they can. So honestly, as far as 3D concerns go, I think that's it. Everything else here is like a model that I would look at and be like, yeah, that's great. I would like to work on this. Thank you. You don't have horrible detailed hair. You don't have crazy ruffles everywhere. Not a ton of layering that would result in a lot of clipping. You've kind of got a lot of the right combination of things that would work well in 3D. Yeah. Ever get you have nerves in your teeth just chewing some aluminum foil? Ooh, dirt stump. You just like made me like break out in like uncomfy shivers. Yeah. No thanks, I'm good. Yeah. Hairs and chunks are the easiest. I will say the most fun I have ever had in 3D modeling hair was getting to 3D model dreads. Because that like they're already like, not to say like simplified hair, but like they simplify so nicely. They're just a joy to model, honestly, because they all like have a self-contained like start and end point. It's not like hair where it like is together and then splits and then comes back together usually. It's so nice to model. It's a breath of fresh air because hair is usually a pain in the butt. Yeah, black hair win, honestly, in most ways, because even like modeling like cornrows and stuff like that is so nice. It's so fun. It's so relaxing. So it's just like repetitive shapes, and it leans into exaggeration really nicely already. It's good. we said it here. Traditional black hairstyles maybe peak for 3D, potentially. There's a reason why I don't have regular human hair also, potentially. It's not just that I'm a mushroom, it's that regular hair sucks. Mushroom hair, way easier. Way lower poly, better for silhouette. It's interesting, right? Yeah. Bro, let Squiiji psychically cringe? No, don't make Squiiji cringe. I don't need that right now. I already had to suffer today at the dentist. I don't need any more suffering, thank you, kindly. But, yippee! Simply be a skeleton, no hair to worry about. Low-key, skeletons are all, in every way kind of worse to do in 3D because they're too detailed, they're too specific. All those bones have to interlock in such specific ways that's awful. It's not fun. Skeletons are not great for 3D. Ribs, yeah. Spine? Have you considered what the spine is like to 3D model? I don't recommend it. I don't. It's not fun. I say this from experience. All the things I say are from experience. Just wear baggy clothes. Honestly, baggy clothes are not good either a lot of the time. The easiest thing to rig in 3D is skin tight like bodysuits as far as clothing goes, because you don't have to rig anything. It's just the skin rigging. That's why, like, Miraculous, their silhouettes suck. They're awful. Their silhouette design, -10, but it's really easy. And they can switch them around and animate them and not have to worry about simulations, and they just work and they recolor them really easily. That's why it works. They're bad for silhouette, good for 3D modeler's sanity. Bones in the hand would be pain. Hands are just kind of a pain in 3D anyway. But yeah, that does seem like it would be worse, yeah. Prize and skeleton OC, good luck. Good luck. She did my hair and used a much more detailed texture and fairly low poly hair to make it look more detailed. I love low poly solutions to things. That's the other reason why I primarily do low poly, is because the hair is so much more manageable. I hate hair modeling. Frigging thumbs. Yeah, my thumb isn't even right. My thumb is still like kind of weird. If I bend my thumb in, it doesn't like bend at the correct angle when my hand's out to the side. Do you see that? Thumbs are a pain in the butt in 3D. Yeah, hands are pain in any art form except in, I don't think they're pain in drawing. I like drawing hands. I can draw a hand at any given point in time. Tell me to draw a hand and I can draw a hand. That's like my artist flex. I got good because I wanted to. I wanted to be good at drawing hands. I had to sculpt and render an anatomically accurate 3D model of a ribcage and vertebral column in uni. Didn't have to rig it. That sounds abysmal. Do it now. Okay, let's see. I will literally just draw my hand. Let's see. Give you a peace sign. It's a little low part. This is longer. Hang on, we need a thumb. I'm locking in to draw this hand very quickly. You doubted me for some reason. I don't know why. Shroommate's gotta be believers. I'm gonna move this. It's not gonna be perfect, but it will be a hand. Hang on, that angle isn't quite right. Let's come in more. There we go, and then pinky. So this is gonna be higher, knuckle out there, and then this one will be down here. Rotating my hand is not making this easier, but that's okay. Finger there, and then I usually would just give it like a, okay, these are too tall. How I do the rest of this hand, pull that out a little bit, pull that down. That's a hand. It's giving what? Eater? Witch? This is even like one of my best, like, just free, just draw a hand. Oh, you can see me, you can see me giving myself a reference, huh? You can see that I had a hand here to reference for drawing it, but there you go, hand. Doubters become believers. I can draw hands whenever I want, actually. I'll get rid of that, we're distracted. Focus up, Shroommates. It does feel a little bit Soul Eater-y, and I think it's just that specific kind of like goth element with a scythe, potentially. But this is Leucothea, she, they. Skin color might look a little weird and dead, but it's because she's really old. Which is a fantastic note. I love the note of, don't worry about her skin tone, she's old. It's meant to be that way. Didn't doubt you, just wanted you to show off. That's fair. That's fair, I'm glad you guys decided I passed. And yeah, the pose is also, yeah, kind of Soul Eater-y too, that's true, that's true. Soul Eater vibes are good vibes. This is another like standout design that I had sitting around in my folders for a hot minute that I had been meaning to look at on stream for a while. And even this was like even meant to be on a thumbnail like a way long time ago, and I don't know why it wasn't. I think it may have been that I had like the wrong version of this downloaded and it was too small to fit. Well, I don't know. But anyways, so this design, silhouette-wise, it is very symmetrical silhouette-wise, aside from looking at the scythe. We're getting asymmetry from the pose, but I think the only actual asymmetrical element in this design is probably going to be this little wing here and this cuff at the bottom of the shoe. But otherwise, it seems like there's interesting distribution of space. The silhouette is interesting. We're using, see, that's what I'm saying, using the wings as like the tail of the coat. Neat, smart. We love to see that. And then also, I believe this is probably like one of the ties for this or something, or maybe it's a hair clip. I'm not fully sure. Also, we have very small cross motifs kind of distributed throughout as just like a secondary design element. Classic vampire type of thing. Stick the cross in there. Classic goth, just art in general type of thing. Stick those in there. Interesting little chest gem of some sort. But as far as silhouette goes, I think it's okay. I think we could have a little more asymmetry maybe, and I think maybe we could use a little more exaggeration somewhere in the upper body to add to it. But the bonnet is nice for the silhouette. It's nice. Asymmetry of the shoes. Also love that the coattails are bat wings. Yeah, I do too. I also feel that way. And here's the thing. So I see someone saying that the eyes are not the focal point, sadly. And I think the trouble is just that the weapon is so focal. But if we hide the weapon... Hello, what color is this? There. If I hide this weapon... I'm not gonna do a very clean job of it, but just like... Weapon gone. What is the focal point now? So I'm going to make an educated guess and say that this person as a VTuber will not be appearing on stream with their scythe out all the time, or especially visibly out all the time. Gem is the focal. Oh, I think the gem is more focal for you. Okay, I see. I guess we are kind of creating a triangle between the two eyes and the gem on the chest. And maybe the eyes do need to just be brighter. I think this gem is rendered right now, which is why it has the brightest tone. If the eyes also had the highlights in them to add that contrast, I think we might get to the eyes a little bit faster, right? Just by adding that little bit of brightness, I feel like that draws me in a pretty good bit there. Or similarly, we could just saturate the eyes up a little bit more than the gem is. We could also hue shift them, maybe a little more magenta, so then they're the only thing that is that color, maybe. There's some options, yeah. But you see the other arm, some asymmetry there would be really cool. Yeah, yeah. This is one of those kinds of designs where I almost wonder if like a nice like off one shoulder kind of like capelet kind of thing might be nice. Where you only have it on one side and it kind of wraps around the back and we can see it like through here. Whoops, hang on. Through this opening just for a little bit of asymmetry, because there's this interesting thing that I am seeing visually, and I don't know how to describe this fashion style other than it feels just like slightly like nun inspired a little bit. Like this specific kind of collar I think is called a pilgrim collar maybe, and I feel like a capelet or something similar like that ends up playing into a similar fashion sense. And then that can add a little bit of asymmetry on that side, even if we are hiding the arm, and even if the sleeves end up being very similar to each other. Could also be something where we're seeing, you know, this repetition here of this boot is kind of under like a boot guard of some sort. This arm, if it existed, pretending me like borrow. We're gonna borrow this arm and pretend it's the other arm real quick here. There we go. Congrats! You've achieved another arm! There we go. That counts, I think, in our bingo as e.g. ripping somebody's limb off. I think I would count that. There we go. If we're doing a second arm, I wonder if this could be a good opportunity to say, you know, this has this sort of, I don't want to say like corseted, but it has like these little elements that are cutting across it as buttons. Those are too small. But I wonder if we could repeat that on the opposite side of the body then maybe? Or even have like, you know, where we can tell that this is sort of like a separate object here, you know? I should have drawn this line down there first. Right, so then it's calling back to that other part of the design that's already present. Yeah, it is very gothic. Thinking Bloodborne, is that the right game? Oh, what is her name? Yeah, the one, yeah, what is she, the doll, question mark? In Bloodborne. Does feel a little bit similar to this in terms of vibe a little bit. I see what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're saying there. I see what you mean. It's the bonnet and then also like some like corsetry kind of things. Yeah, Lady Maria. Yeah. I see. Yeah. No more mouth movements. Freezes a lot. It's fixed. Oh. I wonder why that happened. Code overload. But just thinking about ways we can repeat things throughout the design again, maybe. I feel like having the white here actually might be a little too much though. But you get the gist. Honestly, I feel like just adding little capelet on the top here does a lot for me as far as throwing some asymmetry in here that feels kind of natural. One of my greater things that I will say does end up irking me a little bit in character design is we do want asymmetry, but sometimes things are added just for the sake of asymmetry and they feel out of place. They feel like something that wouldn't make sense to do. They feel like decisions people wouldn't actually ever make if they were dressing themselves willingly. So therefore, I appreciate when we find ways to add asymmetry in a way that feels natural, as opposed to feeling like it's tacked in just to make sure we are checking that box. Because I feel like I encounter that relatively often sometimes, and I don't always call attention to that being what I've noticed. Also, I should move these a little bit. There we go, put those up there. Both streams open, feels like playing Five Nights at Freddy's. Two EGception, woo! Yeah, this does feel a little bit OG fashion, yes. I would agree with that. I would say this is OG fashion influenced. But as far as silhouette goes, I think that's my major thing, is just wanting to add something that adds a little more asymmetry to it, a little more interest on one side of the body. Yeah, about that. Ouija, OG board, OG fashion, Ouija. That's not me, I'm not OG. I was once, but I'm no longer. I could match with this fella if you guys want, though. That is a possibility. You do have that power. You can make me match. We can both wear OG fashion together! OG? O-U-J-I is the way you spell the kind of fashion. OG is, what is the direct translation? But it's usually, like, has some crossover with Lolita type of designs. It feels kind of princely, I think is the best way of describing it. Yippee! Look at me! Here, look, this is OG fashion. It's, oops, hang on. Lots of capelets, lots of funny shaped shorts, high necks on things, blouses, stuff of that nature. Yeah, prince. Maybe prince is the direct word. I'm also a mage. Whoa. I've got dual typing happening here. I'm not just any mage. I'm a mushroom mage and also OG fashion inspired. I'm very princely, don't you think? With my horrible, disgusting fingertips. Now we match. I feel like this looks better for me for the theming of what today is. Very Seal Black Butler. Yes, yeah, I would say Seal Black Butler is OG styled. The shorts. It's the shorts. The shorts are always so OG. I don't think I've ever seen OG fashion in long pants. I think I've only ever seen shorts. Because I think the long pants make it not as princely. They make it too formal, maybe? I don't know. Very into royal fashion. When I was a teen, but I had no money for it. Fashion is so hard. I am so not fashionable because I have no money. And because I live somewhere where all the thrift stores get picked over by the like Depop resellers and the vintage resellers. There's like not much that's all that nice left over at them very often, unfortunately. What can you do? Black Butler as a whole tends to have Lolita fashion over specifically historical costumes, and I love it. I feel like that's a better way of doing like not to say like period pieces, but like period adjacent fantasy pieces is just don't even try for historical accuracy in anything. Just say, I like this aesthetic and we're just gonna do that instead. But where was I here? Oh, I wanted to do a ladder test. I'm gonna come stand here with the ladder. I'm getting ready to climb it. As I should. In proper climbing position. Are you intimidated by my climbing position? You should be. Just notice there's stuff on the ears. Yeah, there's some earrings on here. I think some of the crosses in this design are currently rendered a little bit small, which may be because it's a sketch. So I may make them larger. Wow! Hey, you're not allowed to look. I was hiding it. I was hiding it. You're not allowed to look. Long pants OG is a thing, but it's usually shorts. Ah, I see. Okay. It seems less common to me. I have not seen very much of it. I've done a surprising amount of OG fashion-inspired VTuber designing. Maybe not surprising, considering I am currently one of the designs. But I've done a lot of it in my consultation work. It's very popular right now, I would say. So here, I'd say there's like a horizontal division here. Kind of hard to figure out where I would even put a horizontal division in the torso, but I know there's one from the collar, the shirt, the eyes are kind of creating two of them. Top of the head, the white of the hat, the black of the hat. And then that's asymmetrical, and the ear being out on this side is asymmetrical. There's not really any horizontal divider lines except for maybe like the... Hello? Why is this not... Maybe like the top of that shirt there? Oops, we can't see. Hang on. I will go like this and then go like this and then we can see it. Yeah. How do you feel about... That's actually still invisible. Let me make this a color that is visible. Green on light purple. Low contrast nightmare. But, Hi, Manzana! Uiga. Uiga. Uigi, Lolita x Black Butler x Soul Eater. Honestly, very good vibes to give in a design. Good vibes to give. Thank you for ladders, Bugs. I agree. This is, once again, you're not getting past here. None of these rungs go across all the way, and they've got clustering up by the face, as we should have, so that works for me. I think... Oh. Dizzy. Oh, that's the hand I drew. I don't need that. Where's the actual image back? There we go. I think for me, it's just... In our categories here, color palette. Honestly, colors work fine for me. I don't really have any contrast issues for the most part. The only thing is that for the focal points, the eyes could maybe use a little more rendering and maybe just a little more saturation, a little bit more... maybe it could be a little brighter, maybe? Or darker, either or potentially, just to add more contrast in the face for focal points. The scythe is distracting, but I'm ignoring it because it's a prop. It taking away from that, it being blood. We could maybe darken it and make it less distracting if it was darker, like in maroon tones, except for where it's like freshest blood. You know how blood gets like brown red undertone? Maybe it's like dried and it works that way? Something like that, maybe. Complexity versus clarity. I picked up what you're putting down. I see all there is going on in the design. It works. For concept, you are a vampire. Was there anything other than just being a vampire? I don't think there is. Vampire with, you know, a well put together aesthetic style for their fashion. You don't have to complicate your concept. That's fine. It works for me. For silhouette, I think this is where I would take a point off because I just want some more asymmetry. I just want a little more from your silhouette. The coattails are adding to the silhouette in a very nice way, but I feel like we could add a little more. And then color palette wise, it's fine. I already took half point off for focal point. So I think that stands as the grade, and I also put you on the fridge because I thought you were neat. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9.5 out of 10. Very strong start today. 9.5 out of 10. I feel like when we do conceptually based streams, we end up having less to critique per design than we do in like color-based days, because people have already made such a strong conceptual decision in picking their concept. Therefore, when just by fitting into the concept, we already know what's going on and we can mostly usually see it visually. And a lot of these are ones I sort in the category because I can see it. So we usually spend the longest trying to critique concept and have to improve on the concept and the execution of it. But I think there is maybe a bias to be acknowledged here of when I do the themed episodes that are concept based, I end up accidentally pulling fellas who have figured out their concepts well because they're the ones that jump out at me to get stuck in the folder for the concept days. But yeah, can we get a round of applause? I'm just saying letters. Round of applause for Leo Cothea. Yippee! Good work. Pretty lady, yeah. Yeah. 9.5 in a row. 9.5, and this was a 10.5, so we're... Hang on. I didn't even make a bingo card. EG, do bingo. EG, play bingo. Generate me a card, please. I want to play bingo. Let's see. Mismatched socks. We have it. I did not change the eye color. These are not humans. They are, in fact, vampires. There were animal ears on the last one. No monochromatic palette. I started really off topic. Free. No gradients added. No miscellaneous hair clips. No hair vents. The first time I've ever gotten this on my bingo card, which is anatomically unusual boobs. What did I mean by that? What is this category? Thigh highs are here. No uniform outfit. We did have a corset. Well, actually, kind of not. Pink hair. Okay, so very little things here. Severely underestimated how many you'd get through today, methinks. Methinks also. Methinks also you guys are underestimating me today. I yapped for 40 minutes and also told you I was feeling unusual because of the Novocaine, but I am focused. I'm here today. It's working. But it's also because we spend the longest time on concept, and then when the design's already their concepts figured out, we don't spend as long on them usually because there's not as much to suggest, right? This is a serve, right? Isn't this a serve? I love models that are not as like specifically like anime leaning sometimes. Like this is much more in fantasy, like the fantasy illustration range, and I love it. I love it. I love to see it because it stands out so much just stylistically by having more, like slightly more realistic facial proportions. It works. Redhead, EG's biased. I gave good grades to the last two despite not them being redheads. Hey. Hey, not biased here. Not biased. I'm complimenting the art style, but you know, being a redhead does maybe also help for focal point reasons. Let me put you here so you can read the text. I will read the text, but you can read the text first. Also, do note, she is 7'2". I need to eat another bite of my cheese stick though, because it's been sitting here for an hour and a half. It's almost done, and I should just finish it. And I can also feel my mouth fully right now. Same. Riku, you're also 7'2"? That's crazy. L for Summer Court Faye from this. I see. Wait, what? I can be the small spoon? Riku, you can be the small spoon anyway. If people are not letting you be the small spoon in your life, I got a bone to pick with them. I am infinitely short and I am the big spoon. Height does not matter for spoon. Height does not matter. I am a tiny little teaspoon. Jumpy is a big old soup ladle. I am the big spoon, however. I am the big spoon. Don't let anyone stop you. I am 3 whole blueberries tall. And that's all I need. Chip. The short person is a big spoon. I call them the jetpack. I guess I am kind of like a backpack in some way, yeah. Joby says, yeah, like koala, yeah. Joby calls me a little koala. I am also heat-seeking in my sleep, where I am always cold, so I always just kind of like grab. So that is why I am koala, is I grab and I tend to like put my leg over. Just kind of like, rah. You stay right here. Hi! First time catching a stream? Welcome in! I'm eating cheese. I'm so sorry that you have arrived while I'm eating snack, but welcome! Heat-seeking squeegee missile. Yeah, I will find the source of heat. I'm always cold, so... And Joby is also like a human furnace as a person, so... Works out pretty well, but I do, as a result, Joby will like try and move away from me because they're too warm from me being there. And I will just like force Joby to the corner of the bed because I just keep scooting closer to them to like cuddle in my sleep. I have a tendency to take over the bed accidentally, like your evil little cat that you have at your house who despite his size, is going to lay in the direct center of the bed. I don't do it intentionally. I just want to be warm. Giant woman, a heat-seeking squeegee missile. A squeegee stream. How else would we get there? We were talking about how tall this lovely lady is. Maeve is so tall. Fuji needs my cats to become a blanket. My sweet baby boy kitties back home become blanket. I got to see my kitties over the weekend. I was very happy. My stripey wipey, my old man, I love him. He sleeps directly on top of my chest. I love him. That is where he's meant to be. He's so nice and warm. He's so cuddly. He's so nice. I sleep on my back a lot of the time also. And I can just hold him. Or if he wants to sleep next to me, I put my arm around him and I cuddle my kitty. I love him. The other cat, whom I love and adore, my sweet baby boy, I'm allergic to, so I can't share a bed with him. But my stripey wipey, I can. My 17-year-old man. Is my cat older than some of you? I think my cat is older than some of you. Sits by your feet. No, that's dangerous. He's gonna get kicked. No. Cat gets yeeted off the bed anytime she tries to sleep on there because I move. My cat is very, like, he likes to sleep on the bed, so he will just rearrange himself if I roll over or move. How old is the cat? He's 17. He's gonna turn 18 in October. I think their shroommate's younger than my cat. He's not even the oldest cat I've known. Jubby had a cat that made it to 21, so I think Stripey Wipey has a good, like, at least like 4 more years in him. He's doing well, so he'll live forever. Making me miss my cats, I'm sorry. I feel bad. My Striper had a brother who we unfortunately lost 2 years ago. So I know how that goes. It's tough when you have a cat that reaches that age because they've been with you their whole life. Your whole life, more or less, too. It's tough. I know how it is. Heather LGBT, thank you for following. Oh, she is younger? I think there's a couple of shroommates who are younger than my kitty. And I call him an old man, and the rest of you are children. Oh, how it changes. So this is Maeve. She, her, Maeve Eldra? I puzzled over how to pronounce this last name because I kept wanting to say it Elidra? Elidra? Is that how you say it? Eldra? Eldra? Something like that. The concept behind my design was to play on a lot of remedies people used back in the day to cure vampirism or prevent dead from rising as vampires. Our main motif are poppies, because poppy seeds put in the mouth of the dead were believed to prevent them from turning into vampires. Same with coins in the mouth and placing the head between the legs. Her weapon is a large sickle that was also placed on the necks of the dead, so if the person came back as a vampire, they'd immediately be decapitated. When she got reborn as a vampire, it was on a stake in a sea of poppies under a red moon. People believed her to be a witch, which is why she got burned at the stake. Tragic OC backstories, yippee. Classic. In general, all my character designs are very inspired by dark fantasy, like The Witcher, Castlevania, horror, like Resident Evil, and Silent Hill. Bet. I can see that. So, with all of those things said, I think by result of playing Curse of Strahd, I think I can arrive at the fact that I would be able to note that you are a vampire. I think the dark makeup does that for me. It alerts me that you're a vampire. The blood red lips, I think, help. Because this isn't as, like, stereotypically vampire as a lot of the other vampire designs we see. We tend to associate vampires with, like, blouses and more of, like, the, like, European, like... I'm gonna take a random stat, like 1400s Europe kind of fashion. Yeah, like aristocrats, like Victorian can be one of the vibes of vampires often. We tend to associate them with that. So I do appreciate that you're kind of encroaching into a different style. Having feathers with a vampire is neat. Yeah, a little more goth too, yeah. It's also definitely kind of goth. But I will say, for you saying that the main motif is poppies, I see the coins angle because you have all these little, what I think are coins, dangling from your clothing. Yeah, they're coins. So I see the coins. I believe this might be a poppy. Maybe. I need to look what a poppy looks like. That looks like an iris to me. No! Not Poppy Playtime, not Poppy the American Singer. Give me the flower, please. Vampires are inherently goth. Yes, they are. They are inherently goth. Not Visigoth, no. Is poppies in the coins? Oh, these are poppies. Okay, I see. So here's the thing I have to say about that, which is that it's so small. It's so tiny. If I'm watching you on a stream, I'm probably going to see this much of you, which cuts all of the coins and the poppies off. I think these are poppy petals also, but because of the contrast, I don't see them very quickly either. So I'm wondering if there's a way we can bring some of this to the upper half of the design and then also work the poppies more into like the general shapes of things, because you also have, you know, moons, vampire, you know, you do stuff at night under the moon. I see. Having that as a motif. These almost feel like they're reminiscent still of either teeth in the shape language or of wings, and you know, we're getting those little arcs in it, or just a bat kind of in general. So I see what we're doing as far as the shape language for the top goes. I will warn you to be careful. It goes dark enough that you might not have an issue, but you do technically have underboob, I think. Be careful. Twitch is not kind. And then also for me, I do have a little bit of clarity trouble with a couple of elements where your shoulders get a little bit lost for me into your feathers. So I think that, you know, you've got these highlights here. I wonder if it's something where you like just add another layer of the highlights right here against the shoulder a little bit. So that way we can see where the shoulder starts. Just in this general area. And then I can like blend these out a little bit or something so that they don't look so stark. Just to see if that helps a little bit. I can really turn them down a little bit too, that might be more than we need. But I think we just need a little more contrast around the edge of the shoulder. I should have just drawn this like all the way around it like that if I was being smart about this. There we go. We get the definition, that adds a little more depth maybe too. Alternatively, we could just make the outer edge of the shoulder lighter, potentially, and that would also fill the same role. But we just need a little more clarity around the shoulders, potentially. And then similarly, you have this dangling element that has your all-important poppy motif, but it's red set against more red, and they're the same color undertone. So I'm wondering if maybe we shift the red of this lower part, just where it's under it, more purple, potentially, if that will help us to pick out those poppies that are sitting on this part of the design a little better. And then I'll like blur this in a little bit so it's not as zealous, but do you see how now I can pick out that there's an object placed there? Similarly, I might make them bigger, and I may also just move entirely where they're happening. I may just switch this to being on the chest up here. Put those details in the moons, the poppies, and the crown like a headdress. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking something similar, where these I might just suggest to make a little bit bigger. Let me copy and paste them here. I think this could used to be a little bit bigger, a little wider in general. I would say to not be afraid to just repeat this up here instead of this teardrop shaped gem. Bring your poppy petals up here because that is your primary motif, you're saying. Might spread the petals out a little bit more just so they read more like flower petals too. Right now they're hanging down so far that I don't know if they're reading fully like petals. And then I might add a little bit of that purple underneath here too, so that way. Oop, that actually is making it worse. Maybe a drop shadow would be the better solution here. So that way there's enough contrast from these so I can tell that they're placed there on the chest. Throw that out a little bit. There we go. I think that might be a step in the right direction. And then similarly, there maybe is an icon on the forehead here, but we've kind of obscured the central part of it with the hair. You could even use this object as an earring, maybe. You don't need to repeat it in all these places I'm putting it. But if you had something like this that was a bigger earring, that also might be nice. Potentially. And we could even just move those coins that are down here. I'm not gonna copy paste them, but like move them so that they're just on this upper headdress, whether that is like we place them on top of it, making it almost like a part of a crown or something. You could dangle them once more from like the chains that are around the face. There's a lot of potential options for them, but I do think that we need to move them into the upper body. And I will say, it is kind of a tough call for me when it comes to these more, like, I guess, Eastern fantasy depictions, where stylistically, this doesn't want to be super exaggerated all the time. It wants things to be more realistic in scale. But I feel like we could use just a little more exaggeration in some areas. And then there's not a reason for, like, the earrings to be exactly symmetrical, or the nose rings to be exactly symmetrical, or so many parts of the outfit to be so symmetrical. You know? So those are my general thoughts for concept, I think. As far as making the vampire angle clearer, I think that this is one of those kinds of designs where it's an if you know type of situation, maybe. If you know to associate poppies and coins with vampires, you'll know. And we're getting enough, like, dark fantasy, I think, already that's pointing us at least into the right realm of assumption. So for me, I don't want you to end up leaning any more into, like, vampire cliches, because I like that you're doing something different with it. Presenting us sort of like a fresh angle. A lot of similar colors. I want to see this in a monochrome filter. That's, you know, let's see. New correction layer. I'm going to steal all of your saturation. So I think you're right. I think that there's not enough contrast. I think we need an airbrush. That's not where I'm gonna find an airbrush. What am I doing? An airbrush. I think we just need some brighter values. Like the shoulders are... It's working, there we go. Like the shoulders are really pushed back right now. Like the tops of like the breast area in here could probably be pulled forward a little bit more. Hello, I've been raided. The moment I said breast, the party popper went off in my ear. Oh, I've been double raided. Wait, what's going on? Hang on, I got 2 raids at the exact same time, I think. Unless I missed and I was not paying attention. I got locked in there for a second. But hello, Shroommates, we rotate. We've been raided by Purple Rose VA, and I think also Vil has raided us as well on YouTube. Hello, welcome in. I am Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator, and today we are critiquing vampire VTuber designs. So far, we looked at 2 very classy vampires, and now we are Maeve, who is making references to ways that we handle vampires more culturally instead of being more directly on the nose with how we tend to associate vampires with looking. But welcome in. What are you guys up to? How are your streams? Thank you for getting a shout out for Purple Rose. Also, JT Jabbletrete, thank you for following. What were you guys up to? What are you guys doing for stream today? Hope you had a good time. You guys need to do things like eating or drinking or snark me meing. You should do that. You should take care of yourselves. And also my addendum that I have here is that Vil is doing a fun little character design challenge and has been doing several of them for a while. So if you find yourself needing more character design kinds of things to do, Vil has a fun challenge. It's like a random generator challenge. I'm making 2 designs for it because I'm being overzealous and because the whole point was supposed to be chaos, but my first generation was not chaotic enough. What is the, let me check what the hashtag for it was because I can't remember now. Never mind, I can't check, Twitter's down. Dang it. But anyways, it is well worth looking into if you so wish. But thank you guys for stopping in. Rose Raid, get a raid and run, was playing Dead Space. Oh, well, I hope you had fun. Yeah, no, if you need to eat, drink, smoke me, please take care of yourself. Go for it. If I stick around, hang out, I appreciate it. But no, do look after yourself primarily, pretty please. Yeah, hashtag maybe OC, that's what it was. My brain was filling in like mayhaps, potential OC. Hashtag maybe OC. I'm intrigued to snoop. I enjoyed snooping and catching up on the Cozy OC challenge entrance. In poor teacher fashion, I didn't finish my entry. I actually still haven't finished my entry for that one. I've started the next one because I'd rather get that one done on time and just let the other one be late than have both of them be late, roommates, in case you thought I was immune as an art professor from being late turning in your assignments. I'm not. Never safe. I don't think it counts as procrastination when I have to put, like, the things I'm paid to do first, but at the same time, I'm like, no, no, I hate not having things done on time. But it is worth checking out if you guys would like. Yeah. Scarlet Rose, your videos and streams have been extremely helpful for me in my current design work, but I have a lingering question. How does somebody know when there's too many motifs trying to be used? Should there be a limit on how many motifs are used in a design? Usually, somewhere between 2 and 4 is kind of an optimal number for motifs. You can have designs that have way more motifs than 4, depending on like aesthetic style. Like Decora can have a ton of motifs in it. But it depends on what aesthetic style you're trying to work within, and generally, less is more until you get to the point of things feeling maybe just a little generic. Usually when I have at least 2, so that way you have some repeating elements that are adding some depth to the design, but anything more than 5 can start to feel like you're trying to smush too much into one place. So that would be my suggestion for motifs, at least. I think 2 to 4 is a good range. Let me see if I can continue to like increase contrast and values here, because I feel like things are all either mid-tone or darker, and there's not a lot of form happening as a result. Where like tummy could be a little brighter, the X sides of the hips could probably be a little bit brighter, tops of the arm. Granted, it might also just be the rendering style happening here that's making it not as contrasty as maybe beneficial. It's a little too much in the face there. There we go. We're like, I feel like this is about the level of contrast that we need here for clarity's sake. Thank you for pointing that out. Who was it that mentioned that? Thank you for pointing that out. Oh, I won't find it because of raid filling things. Yeah. Favorite part of rendering, light tool. Yeah. Oh, Wanderlust, thank you. Good work. Good eye. I think, yeah, this does need more value distribution, which is going to go into the color category we're grading, because I think this is going to help a lot. If I turn it off, it's going to screw the colors up because I was just making things brighter. Actually, wait, maybe not. Hang on, actually. That's actually not bad, surprisingly. I am surprised that that is not bad. Usually when I do attempt to change values, it makes everything kind of a mess. But low-key, I feel like that almost kind of works. I don't want the face to feel like I've made the skin brighter. Or lighter. I just want it to feel like there's light on the face. But I think this is the right direction here. Erase this. Also, the contrast looks right again. But yeah. More variety. And value. Pretty please. No clue, thank you for following. And then I also think, so hang on, let me put that down here before I forget that that was what I just said. What I wanted, because I said these things at some point before, move the aspects that clarify your concept to the upper half of your body a little bit more. We might just need a little more hints. They need to be bigger, and they just need to repeat in the upper part of the body, perhaps. For color palette, we are having some clarity issues because you're too low contrast in some areas, unfortunately. And I think they just need to be brightened up with the rendering. I know that maybe for the sort of like dark fantasy vibe, things tend to have a little bit of a darker rendering style anyway. And maybe it doesn't have to be this strong, but I think for clarity's sake, like we need to see the edges of your shoulders. You've got a lot of midtones and a lot of darker than midtones. Not a lot of things that are brighter than a midtone. So I would push you to change that. For silhouette, you are, aside from your pose, you've got like 2 hairs that break from symmetry. And I think that that is also doing you a disservice here, where in the sort of like dark fantasy style, I feel like even if it's just, you know, you can have 2 pieces of hair that are the same length, but if they are not live 2D perfect mirrors of each other, that goes a long way to adding some realism to it, some looseness. Same just that you deal with like your earrings being perfect mirrors. I think the only thing that is not a perfect mirror is the one piece of your bangs that is creeping over the top there. So I would challenge you, even if it's not changing design elements to make them inherently asymmetrical, just posing them more asymmetrically, or you know, switching the earrings up, moving them around a little bit, changing the way this piece of hair is posed, stuff like that can go a long way in the silhouette. Let me do a ladder test also here before I start actually grading silhouette here. Also, thank you for snack. I didn't just finish my snack, but I will have maybe like a fish cracker. I'm allowed fish crackers again. My teeth, I can feel my teeth again, so I can have fish cracker. Ladder test? Yeah! So the ladder test is a way we determine whether or not the vertical space of a design is divided in an interesting manner. As people, we are very vertical. So sometimes we end up with designs where you can place a rung at every horizontal division and interest, and it makes something you could theoretically feasibly climb. Those kinds of designs can feel like they're a little bit stagnant or dull, or maybe they feel a little bit generic sometimes too. So it's a good thing to test just to see how things are working, right? Oh, another raid, hello! The Caterpillars are here. Hi, Entomolomoth, welcome in. Hi there, I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi, and I'm also an art educator. And we are doing vampire VTuber design critiques right now. We're looking at Maeve in all of her beautiful dark fantasy glory. Hello, welcome in. How was your stream? I hope you had a good time. Sure, mates, thank you for rotating. I'm just so used to you guys just knowing to rotate that I forget to say it. So I'm always so happy that you guys are always so ready to be welcoming. I'm immediately like trying to snoop into what people were up to for their streams, to the point that I forget that I should be like, sure, mates, intimidate them with orbs real quick, please. Milo the Dino, thank you for following. Rotund fungi. The fungi are quite rotund. My son Gary, very rotund. In the best way possible. He's meant to be rotund. My hair's kind of rotund too. Very round. But how was your stream? What were you up to? What were you guys doing? I hope you had a good time. If you guys need to do things like eating or drinking or snorkeling, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, I appreciate it. But prioritize looking after yourselves first and foremost. The Dragon of Jujitsu, thank you for following. Rotund. Yes, we do. We are a little rotund. You can all spin with me. I was busy right now doing a little bit of a ladder test. So let's see. Onto the feathers. Oh, the other thing the ladder test can show us is if there is good clustering of detail happening in specific areas of a design. So when we're drawing all these horizontal lines everywhere there's a major breakup, it helps us figure out if there's enough detail in an area to be holding the focal point, maybe, in the upper half of the design. So like I would count the lips as a horizontal line this time. The lips in regular VTuber designs almost never count because they're so thin. I love lipstick on character designs because it makes the mouth so clear to see. It's so good for character acting, and it's also very focal. It works quite well. If I was less non-binary than I am, I would probably put lipstick on my own design, but it's too feminine for me, unfortunately. But low-key, I love it. It's good. It works out quite well. Trying to beat Pokemon Sword with only bug types. Finally beat the rock type gym. Oh my gosh, good luck. That is tough to do. I say this as someone who beat Pokemon Emerald with just Skitties. Any kind of team you're trying to have in Pokemon that is just like monotype or limited in that kind of manner makes it so hard. You just have to like over level yourself into oblivion essentially to get through it. But I hope it's going well. Yeah, hell yeah, non-binary VTubers, yeah. I love giving characters black lipstick, but not on me. Exactly. I love giving characters lipstick. I do it all the time, but not for me. It's a little too feminine for me, unfortunately. But I suggest it a lot. And strangely enough, I do actually wear black lipstick in life sometimes, because I do like a little bit of like goth makeup with like funky patterns around my eyes and stuff, drawn with eyeliner and all that, dark eyeshadow stuff. Because then it ends up being androgynous in the sense of you don't really know what you're looking at, period. It like obscures my face. So, but I don't think it would work on Squiiji that way, unless I were to give myself a haircut, maybe. Yeah. Here's a Roblox game recommendation for you. A Universal Time. Okay. Interesting, I see. I don't know which one, Rubrics Cube? Roblox? Great, I know English, I got it. Apologies, a bit of a daze, you're good. I'm also slightly out of it today. It's all good. I'm recovering from Novocaine. Putting a black top lip into the color in the bottom lip for most of my OCs? Yeah, that's also a good stylization technique. I tend to just put like a darker shading color on the upper lip on most designs that I do, or most drawings that I do, just because it adds a little bit of depth for your upper lip because your upper lip's in shadow. It's good. I like that. Ladder. Hey! Hey! I guess if I were to do Squiiji with lipstick, it would have to be bald EG, huh? It would have to be bald EG, or like whatever I figure out for my Vash the Stampede EG. We can't do long hair EG and lipstick. That's tilting the balance. I gotta stay androgynous, fellas. It's too much one way or the other. It doesn't work. It ain't me. Hang on. I'm gonna copy and paste this. Here's our ladder. Here's our ladder. I don't know how you feel about the ladder. Good clustering in the top, but there's no asymmetry at all, which this makes much more apparent, other than in the posing of the hand. So I think what I would push this design for, a little more symmetry. I would not go as far as to call this a climbable ladder. I really don't. I admire the hubris of those of you who think you could go from this step to this step and then somehow make it to here and then fit your foot in that tiny little gap and then fit your feet between all these little tiny gaps up here. I don't think that would work. Fridge. Low-key kind of a fridge, yeah. I see what you're saying, yeah. Yeah. Could be, that itself is fine. Ooh, spoiler. The ladder itself is fine, but I do think we need more asymmetry throughout. What have I not, whoop, hang on. Rubric. Silhouette. More asymmetry throughout as best as we can, maybe. Complexity versus clarity. I already took the points off for clarity here. As far as level of detail goes, I feel like you're within the realm of expectation for like a darker fantasy type of thing. But some of the details could just use to be bigger for better clarity, maybe. And then focal points. Crewmates, what is the focal point here for you? Let me turn off all of my miscellaneous edits I was doing. What is the focal point for you? Oh, we can have the full body and the half body here, but what is your thought? This climbed me, but I grew up. Wow, good English. Grew up climbing scaffolding. That's wild. That's, I think, a particular skill that is helpful to you and that the rest of us can't relate to in that skill. Lips, lower face-ish. The hair and the jewels have my immediate focus. Chest gem. Okay. I was feeling torn between whether for me it is the lips and the face because they're the brightest thing in this area of the design, or alternatively this gem specifically because the green is just so bright against the red. We've got color contrast, you know, they're complements, plus the fact that it's so dark and the jewel is so bright. And I know that the eyes are just as bright as the jewel is, but they're so much smaller. So I don't know if they're holding their own quite as much as they could be. But I do think that when I applied this change, I feel like this actually ends up helping with that. Because it's bringing the eyes a little bit brighter and it's bringing some of the highlights of the face up. And by saturating some of these oranges that are on top of the head, I think we're making the face a bit more focal here. So it's close, but it's not quite there. It's almost there. Whoops, hang on. Almost there. Almost there. Visual noise makes me go for low contrast areas, but it might be weird. Lighting helps a ton though. Ah, okay. Climbed a ladder onto a roof as a toddler and then climbed back down on my own. You're crazy. What? You should never be left alone. Do not leave children alone with ladders. I feel like that's recipe for disaster in every way, shape, and form. Every way, shape, and form. Math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10? I think that sounds about right. I feel like we maybe could make more suggestions to be helpful as far as concept goes. But for me, I fear that a lot of those decisions we would be making or things we would be suggesting for you would push you too far into cliches, where I appreciate that you've distanced yourself from them. So I think as far as vampires go, it'll be clear you're a vampire the moment you open your mouth, probably. And you will be talking as a VTuber, so I feel like that may be all the clarity it needs to just give us that final hint, because you're well within the expectations of what a vampire can look like, so I think it works out for me. Did I do math right? Was that a 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay, there we go. Was that 7.5? Oh, there we go. Yeah, we get a round of applause for Maeve? Yippee! Let's see, who do we have next? Sanguine Samori is next. I will take this time to eat my snack that it was ordained for me to eat probably about 10 minutes ago. I will also take a sip directly out of my jug of lemonade. It's so much easier drinking when my mouth has feeling. So cute. Right. Here, wait, I can read so you guys can at least hear what's going on. Sanguine is... Yeah, I don't know if it's Kimori? Chimori? Kimori? One of those things. He, him. The name is the... the name is the @ and then YouTube is name. I don't have any videos yet. So there was no further context provided to me about this design. There was actually no detail about the concept given to me at all here. I'm making an educated guess that this is a vampire, and I think I'm right. This is almost probably chibi style. This is, what, probably 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5-ish heads tall? Kind of like my proportions. If you'd count me as a chibi, then you could probably count this person as a chibi. I don't know if I quite fully qualify. Wait, I should, hang on. Nope, wrong one, this one. Yeah, we are kind of similar in proportion. We both have red in our eyes and we both have white hair. I'm uncovering new secret siblings, maybe. Let's see. Wow, I am getting... That's a giant sleeve. That's a giant sleeve. There we go. Good. That's a giant sleeve. I am getting, like, no bingo at all. I don't even have 3 in a row yet for bingo. It is not happening. No bingo for EG today. I, like, never get bingo, I feel like. That's baby. I mean, they do look kind of young. I wonder if this might be a concept where you are transformed into a vampire when you're younger? In some manner? Off-shoulder jacket. Yeah, it is off-the-shoulder jacket. So, as we look around the design here, I wonder what flower those are. But I was like, this is probably a vampire just from me looking at it. Sharp teeth. I like these wings that are down low because they are adding to the silhouette in an interesting way. And they feel like bat wings a little bit, but also sort of fused with angel wings in some way. It's interesting. There's a very round design, shape language wise. So this ends up being a very friendly vampire. All the hair is really nice and thick and rounded in the corners. It's not very sharp. Very friendly vampire as a result. And then also the sort of like blouse points me in the direction of vampire perhaps here too. So as far as silhouette goes, big exaggerated hair, good. Classic vampire collar. I don't know why I didn't start with that as the reasons why I think this might be a vampire. Vampire collar. I saved the most obvious for last, mayhaps accidentally. But vampire collar adds to silhouette. Putting the whole jacket only over one arm does add some nice asymmetry, which I appreciate. I don't quite know what these are. If these are really wings or if these are scarves. I'm not quite sure what these are object-wise, but they do add to the silhouette nicely. I enjoy the big old boots, good exaggeration there. Interesting. And then I do see almost a repetition happening between the shape of these flowers and the hair shape. So I do wonder what the flowers are. Those look like buttercups, but those aren't usually white. Yeah, I don't know. Do I spot big shoe for bingo? I'd qualify this as a big shoe, kinda. I feel like these are proportionally large shoes. I think that counts. This is like a single, small asymmetrical air vent also for anime hair air vents, but I don't think I'd count that otherwise. 2010 fluffy hair, yeah! The colors are also nice. The colors are mostly monochromatic, but there was a decision made here which I appreciate, which is that notice how there are gray tones used here, but they aren't just fully desaturated gray. They are a very distinct purple or blue undertone to them, which adds visual interest. I appreciate that as far as color design goes. It really goes such a long way in designs to have your neutrals carry color undertones, just have some hue affecting them. And here, I think it adds something where it almost makes the black feel less clinical. It feels warmer, despite the fact that these are still cool colors. Feels more approachable. Less off-putting maybe, which is interesting. Look like coattails kinda, the same color as the panel on the front of the torso. Yeah, maybe they're connected to this panel on the front? I'm not sure, but they could be. Gray tones pop nicely? Oh, the tones, yeah, the gray tones do pop nicely. And for this one, surprisingly, I feel like the amount of red is balanced well enough that I'm not overwhelmed visually, but I will say, unfortunately, red is so hard to work with because I am focally winding up in the chest because these wings are kind of leading up and in. The angle of the collar is pointing in and down. And then that's where the most of the red is conglomerated in the biggest area. And red is just so bright. So that can be very hard to compete with in design. So I'm not even sure what my solution might be here to make it less focal because I don't want to add another color to the palette. And I don't want to add more gray tones. The white of the hair being so bright does make it pretty focal as well at the very least. At least against a dark background, it also helps. So this might be another. Shroommates, what is focal for you? Following the scarf things point down. Yeah, they do point down. Shroommates, what is focal for you? This is one of the ones I tend to like to poll generally for, just to make sure I'm not being influenced by maybe what I saw first or what might grab my attention first. Because it can be kind of different for everyone. Hair, gray and red get my attention the most. The lips, the mouth, really? Okay. I guess the mouth does get pretty dark. The tie thing, cravat, maybe the flowers in the boot, difficult, that's fair. I see what you say though. The hair, okay. So if it is the hair, and we really want the hair to be as focal as possible, I may just push this sleeve back ever so slightly. Not even like this much, but just a bit, so that way the white of the hair is the starkest, brightest thing that we have in the design. So then by contrast, the face will become more important. So like doing this should help make the hair even more focal. Same deal, I might have to put it on the flowers also, because I think they might just be a little too bright. I am intrigued by the flower angle too, because to me, I either want them to repeat somewhere else in the design or maybe be bigger, because right now they feel just ever so slightly out of place. I feel like they're not really merged into the rest of the design entirely. I think that helped. Yeah, they feel random with the way that they are right now. And I feel like all it would take for them to not feel random anymore is like if we just were to say, okay, well, I'm repeating the shape of them. They have those three little like stamen things. That's the word for it, right? Stamen? I think I learned that last week. Like here's the center of the flower. Here's the stamens that they have coming out of them. And then we just do like something simple just to reference it somewhere else. Like that pattern I drew could like alternatively be up here on the chest, so that way it's in the upper part of the design. When we're doing our Vtuber upper half of the body focus, like we could replicate the shape of, you know, the little stamens that are coming out of there with this like hair tie that's happening where it just gets like bigger on the ends like that, because then the hair almost becomes the flower itself. Hair on the ring would be cute. Hair on the ring? In the hair. Yeah. Or, yeah, on the ring could also be cute. There's a whole slew of places where we could just replicate this as a motif. Like you could even like fully just change the bottom edge of something to be, you know, this is like gonna be a little more floral. If I go like this and round these into like more smooth shapes, potentially. There's a lot of options here for how we could work with that to just integrate it a little bit better. I do think it needs it right now. Just something else that gives us that hint of it. Push the shirt back. I want to push it back with a warm tone, not a cool tone. We could do that also. Hang on, I can edit, tonal correction. There we go. That's cooler. Hang on. Oh, if I push it warmer, it might get too close to the skin color. Like that would be how I would push it back with a warm color, but then it's almost exactly the skin tone. There's also this interesting, like, lighter thing on the skin there that I don't know what is. Shoot. Yeah. Yeah. The rounded edge help point the attention back to the face because the sharper edges are pointing up. Yeah, by softening some of the harder, more geometric angles, we can prevent the shape language from leading us back out of the design. I think that might be a step in the right direction. I don't know if I might undo my sleeve undertone change or just edit, change, image, no, correction. Shift it like that, maybe? I feel like it might have been too purple. This might be a little bit better. Mostly just because the shirt is already sort of cream tone. Yeah. Actually, is it? The shirt is almost pure white, almost. Doesn't really have a color undertone to it, potentially. Otherwise, large red blob with a scarf and mantle. Yeah, we reduce amount of things that read like blob, maybe. Also, I feel like I almost just want the real flowers to be somewhere else in this design also. If they're going to be down here on the leg. So part of me is like, okay, well, what if we had like a cluster of these flowers on the jacket? Somewhere, like, I don't know, coming out of like this little like belt kind of thing that's there. Just so they don't only appear once. But I just feel like the fact that they only appear once in the design does not require, but they feel it out of place. I just want them to be somewhere else as well, maybe. Let me turn off my modifications because I didn't really do a proper ladder test. Let's do a ladder test. Are you proud of me? I haven't forgotten my ladder test today. I'm on top of things, surprisingly. Why am I using red? Probably not the worst color I could use for this one. Bottom of shoe, these little like belt kind of things. Don't really know how I want to draw the lines for these because I kind of want to draw them at an angle, but I feel like that's almost not fair. Man, there's a lot of stuff here. Hang on. So that's on this side. It's on this side only. Technically, it's that side. This goes across the center. The collar is like kind of lopsided, so I could do that. Top of the shoulders only over here. The neckline, the chin. The mouth is kind of a line right now, but that's maybe because it's open. The eyes, the hairline, which is off center, and then the top of the head. Whoops, hang on, come back down here. Any of you fancy attempting to climb that one? Any of you fancy an attempt here? Look at this. There's like almost like a movement that comes through the center of the design. The elements kind of meander through in an interesting manner here, which may help to lead the eye more throughout the design as well in a positive manner. I would say this is very, very not climbable. Yeah, ice climber map. Yeah, this is a platformer level more than it is a ladder under any circumstance. So I think that's a step in the right direction there. Hide that. What are you saying? Buckle in the jacket sleeve? Behind the ear. I don't want to put the flowers in the hair because I think they're going to be too similar in undertone. They would just get lost, unfortunately. Change some spore settings. Feel like I'm getting less over the last two streams. I haven't tampered with them at all. If something's changed with it, I think it's probably on Twitch's end. I haven't changed the redeems for like a couple months right now. It's been a minute. Little dude platforming on the ladder. Yeah, you can see this little dude platforming on the ladder. But I do think some of those other elements to bring the flowers more into the design may be good because they also add more layer to the concept. Because as it was, the only thing I was getting from this concept was vampire, which is kind of one note, unfortunately. So adding whatever this flower is to the concept, it's adding more clever ways we can work with shape language, more clever ways we can work with, you know, whatever the attire has on it, clothing and things of that element. So it is worthwhile to maybe investigate going down that path. What did we not talk about here? Let me clear this and start grading. You're a vampire, I see it. I want a little more from your concept though. For focal points, we did need to do a little bit to make it your face because I think it is too much your chest right now because the way that our eye is being led around the work by the lines of action in the clothing and also the color. Hi, Joby.
Hello.
Hello. What's up?
Good news.
Good news.
The state isn't looking for me no more.
Is this your update on your cat girl tax?
My cat girl taxes
Flight, are they over?
have been lifted.
Let's go.
No money leaving
Yippee!
my account.
Hell yeah.
All is right in the world.
Yay! I'm so glad.
Except,
Oh, you can't hit me with that. You can't tell me all's right in the world and hit me with the except after that.
no, actually, I've been hit with the largest amount of existential dread I've ever had in recent memory.
Okay.
Right here, where my heart is.
That's not where your heart is.
Well, like where I think my heart would be, right here. There's
That's
this
solar plexus.
There's a weight right here,
Okay.
and I can't get past it.
What
There's
is
this.
it? What is it? What's got you down? They're saying you're no longer a fugitive.
I am no longer a fugitive. I have this terrifying suspicion that something bad is about to happen. In terms of our reality.
Jovi's making predictions about our reality falling. What do you mean?
I've heard nonstop about this dead internet theory nonsense.
Oh, somebody said that at the beginning of the stream. Why are people talking about dead internet theory today?
I don't know, but the thing is,
I'm real. I'm alive. I'm not dead. I'm on the internet. Don't worry.
I watched this video and it's like, I have to like take a deep breath. Like I'm not over dramatizing this. I'm legitimately mortified about what will be real and what is considered real and how much of it is getting too. I can't tell what's real anymore. It's got me thinking that we have to unplug all the computers, and I don't know, but something's wrong. There's something wrong.
This is not. I've always had a tenuous grasp on reality, so this is not new to me.
My grasp on reality was so tight. I was so connected to the wind and the moon and
You're
the
making
sun.
them have a crisis too, Jovi.
I know.
You said I'm suffering, therefore you all have to suffer. Yeah, turn into penguin. You know too much. I think you're all real. I think we're all real. Everyone here is real as far as I know. You all speak in sentences to me that aren't totally non-coherent.
Thigh highs?
Thigh highs were a thing that one of the designs did have. That is my bingo.
Oh, I see.
Dead Internet is real on some socials. I've seen it on Twitter before.
It is real.
It's uncanny.
It's not even hiding anymore. But I'm saying that, like, at what point are photographs and video going to be allowed to be admissible in court? If we can't,
yeah.
What is real anymore?
What is true?
And what is the social implication? People are fighting about AI generated like political interpretations. People are fighting online between people that aren't real.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
I don't think that when, you know that idea that when the end comes it'll be a whisper, not a bang?
Yeah.
I don't think
That was such a pained noise.
I don't think
you just made.
I don't think that robots taking over is going to like kill us with nukes. I think it's gonna be like we just don't care anymore, or we don't know what's real, and it's, oh man, I'm so worried.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's okay. Like usually
Here,
stuff
give
doesn't
me a kiss.
Stuff doesn't usually affect me like this.
And you know what's real? That's all we got.
Dap ups are real. That's so real.
Definitely not AI generated beep bop. I think you're all real. Joey did need a kiss and maybe also a hug, yeah.
Oh, I'm just gonna lay down for a minute.
Go for it, lay down, you got this. Trying to move out in the middle of the woods and grow shrooms. Joey's having a I don't know what spurred this on. Joey just got home from work and is maybe having a little bit of a reality crisis. That's okay. I think we're all real. I think we're real. I can prove at least 14 of you I think are real. I'm real. Because I can look at my hand and I see it. My grasp of reality has never been great, but at least it's not getting worse. Also, Teaspoon Twitch, thank you for following. Definitely real, yeah, that's me. Adorable and existential way, yeah. I will say, it is definitely a trend that we get miscellaneously existential here sometimes, accidentally. Huge swing of stress to relief that brought it on? Oh, could be, yeah. For real, I'm real. Yeah, if you think, therefore you are. If you think, then you am. And I think that's all that matters. If you're thinking, you're real. Right, existential crisis on the bingo card. That's a good, yeah, that's probably not a bad one to add. I already talked about time and how we have no control over it and how death comes for us all, so we did check off all 3 of those boxes today. Anyways, strapping back in, This is our 4th crit for the day, and I still have an hour and a half. I'm on top of it right now. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 10, I think? Yeah, 8 out of 10. Family friendly? I don't think what we're talking about is inherently not family friendly. I think at all ages, I think existentialism is rated E for all ages, right? Nope, that's not the grade. I almost just wrote existentialism as the grade. That was an 8 out of 10. Congrats, Sanguine. You have accidentally been graded as existentialist. One of my frequent sayings is, don't think, just do. Does that mean I'm not? No, I think that's just a mantra to repeat to yourself if you're an overthinker. I don't think that means that you aren't. I think you still are. I think you think. I think you're still thinking. You got this, don't worry. Round of applause. 8 out of 10, you be. You're a very cute little fella. Never understand existential crises. Never had one. Everything that freaks people out, I just go, that's a neat idea. See, that's how I tend to feel about a lot of it too. Not to say I'm a little delulu, but like, I got like paranoia and stuff like that, where like, I have long gotten used to the idea of the fact that just because I think things are a certain way doesn't mean that's how things actually exist. And I've kind of become content with that, and I'm like, wow, that's a crazy way of existing. That is wild as an idea, as a concept. Can't get me, can't impact me. It can't hurt me if I don't think too hard about it. It can't hurt me if I am silly about it. That's the way I deal with, when we had Almantas here and we were talking about, like, it wasn't really metaphysics, but like any kind of like dense theory, it can't hurt me if I just make silly jokes about it. Existential out of 10. Yes. Round of applause. Good design here. Can't hurt me when I have short-term memory loss. Exactly. My memory oozes like slime out of the holes in my mushroomy cap. Therefore, it cannot get me because I will have forgotten and moved on to another topic in like 30 minutes from now. And I will completely forget that we ever even spoke about this in the first place. Works out. You know, it could be real, getting through all the design crits this time. That's true. That could be real. Thank you. I will hydrate. I will take a little bit of lemonade. I was trying to say lemonade, but also limonada at the same time. I just invented a new word, unfortunately. Am I misremembering something? Don't people call Sprite in some places limonada? Am I misremembering? I feel like that was a thing. Or is it the opposite? When you order what you think is a Sprite, you get a lemonade? I feel like that's a thing. Maybe? Right? Question mark? Limonada. We don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. Illuminati? No. That's its own thing. That's a different misspelling. Hi, it's me, your favorite VTuber, Ouija board. This is Hanzo, they, them. My character was a bat that got turned into a vampire by a witch. They were asleep until modern times, and they started streaming on Twitch to grow their kingdom back again. I love the silliness of VTubers in the sense of like, I am a god of this other realm, and I'm taking a break to stream on Twitch. They were asleep until modern times, and now they are growing their kingdom through Twitch. It's so silly to me. I love those things. Love the pointy buns. Yeah. Very Nightcore also, yeah, with the split blue and pink, yeah. You get a Sparky? Huh? No, it's you order lemonade, you get Sprite. Oh, it's the opposite. Thank you, Moss Cake. I couldn't remember how that went. I was like, I swear to God, that's a thing. I feel like that's a German thing, but I couldn't remember. The eyes are nice. So here's my first thought. Often when I see designs that have this sort of like fully split color hair thing, it can feel really unnatural. And I feel like this feels a little too unnatural for me right now, where I think all I need is just... give me a way that I can see... Oh, wait, yeah, this is kind of weird where this is kind of coming from here. We're like, almost like... I need to like shape this or something. Because the hair just looks like it has a color layer over it, and maybe that is all it is. But I just need there to be a little overlap in the hair. Realistically, it's impossible to part your hair perfectly. Yeah, give a little bit of a part here, and then similarly something that I think is so endearing about split-colored hair in real life is the fact that you can never get it to sit perfectly. I think that's so endearing. And all you really need in order to have something like that is like, you know, if you have just like your hoge that comes onto one side that is pink over here, or maybe in the back, like we can see a little bit of it happening back here. A couple little blue strands that have snuck over to the other side. Maybe I even want a little more of that. But then same deal with like some of the pink tones. Give me like a pink strand that is accidentally on this side of the head for some reason. Or like even like where the hair's parted here in the front. I feel like for me, when my hair is being parted, the hardest part of it to get to sit properly, correctly, is the very front. So like even if you have like this like fully like flopped across one strand here, or we can see other pieces of it that have kind of gotten mixed in other places, that adds a lot of interest for me and makes it feel a little more balanced, because sometimes it can make designs feel like they're too split down the center to have hair that is so cleanly divided across the body like this. And then secondarily, I'm also having a clarity trouble with the hair against itself, because the back of the hair is using similar values to the front of the hair, where it's not pushed back maybe as far as it needs to be in the back. But that could be something where it could be clarified just by having the back of the hair be warmer behind the blues and cooler behind the pinks, even more so than they are right now. So right now I think just what I want is like this, and then I'll turn it down. So now we can separate that front piece of hair, and then also maybe it was just like around the arm just a little bit, so I can see the hair going behind the arm maybe? Something to that effect. But do you see how we're adding increased sense of depth maybe? Dark Staker's character? I'm not familiar with that media. Add some stray hairs on each side, especially if it's split dyed. Yeah, just more strays going to the left and right sides of the design I think would be nice. Let me fill this back in here. And this is another one of those situations where I feel like I grow increasingly critical of this in VTuber designs, where I understand that it's for the sake of simplicity and rigging, and in drawing it's half the work, but having the hair posed exactly the same left to right with the exact same flyaways kind of takes me out of it. It is one of those things that, what's what I'm looking for here? Like, it takes, not the simulation, we're real, it gets in the way of my suspension of disbelief, having something like hair highlights or flyaways be perfectly mirrored left to right on a character's design. So I think that this might also be one of those circumstances where, because the hair is like really like 80% of the silhouette here, I think we could stand to benefit maybe from making the flyaways more asymmetrical from each other. I think other than this sock and the one little half side of the skirt, this is very symmetrical. Hair's just an easy way to get asymmetry, yet keeps being skipped over. I think it's because the hair ends up being one of the more complicated things to rig in live 2D. I might be wrong, but I feel like it's one of the more things that has a lot more layers, and therefore not having to do it twice is probably a really big time saver. The same reason as like in 3D, designs that have fully asymmetrical hair are a pain in the butt, and I don't like working on them. But at the same time, it's so worth it. It's just completely worth it. It's not fun for the artist who's working on it, but for the sake of the character design, it should work. Hair's never tidy, impossible stand outside of pictures, make it messy. Yeah! Give it a little bit of something. Give it some character. Because this character also, like, look at their face. They already feel like they're like a little bit up to no good with just the, like, I don't even know what to say, like the way their mouth is posed. They look a little bit gremlin-y. So I feel like there could be a good opportunity to have just a little bit more like chaos in the hair, where it's like, oh, you know what? This piece kind of falls away and is tucked like that. There's a piece here that kind of separates out from the hair in some way, and then has a little bit of overlap at the face in an interesting way, and then can like tuck back into the side. But just those little things add a lot to a design. And similarly, like these buns don't really have a lot of positive, negative space things happening with like flyaways, where they definitely could. You know, we could have little things that are breaking the silhouette sort of in an asymmetrical manner that match the shape of them. Sometimes you get like, when you do this kind of bun, you get the hairs that just kind of like stick out. And those would be so easy to rig because they're just so little. Honestly, I might have made them too little. They might work better if they were a little bit bigger, so they're adding a little more to the silhouette potentially. But yeah, they're cheeky. Little teeth poking out. They're after some mischief. I want to see that they're a little cheeky in the design a little more, not just in the expression. Is that an eraser I just used? That's not what I wanted. Hello? There we go. Whoops, I think I left it. Hang on. But just like adding, like, all it sometimes even takes, if we're still trying to keep things simplified, is just 1 or 2 flyaways that deviate from the left to the right. So like it could be something as simple as I'm just going like this from left to right, and already they're feeling a little bit more different. It can be something as small as just like 2 or 3 little hairs that just make all the difference. Do like that, and then maybe like this has one that comes in here like that. And that adds some life. I think for this one, I think it's just, we want a little more asymmetry just to loosen things up. It feels just a tad stiff to me. Always wanting to get into dyeing or getting extensions for my hair, but I don't know about upkeeping it. I don't know anything about how extensions work, but dyeing is thankfully not that bad for upkeep. I've had dyed hair for most of the last 10 years of my life. It's fun. You just gotta fill your roots in. Should the eyes be the same as the blue part of the hair, maybe pink and blue, but switched, or mix of purple and lavender? I was going to suggest the eyes, despite being the same color as the hair, are remarkably focal for me somehow. And there's some trick to how it's working that way, because for all intents and purposes, it has the same colors as the hair does. So I'm almost perplexed that they work as well as they do. But I could see also a case here for like lavender colored eyes or something like that also working well. I think the eyes just being so big and the hair being parted around them, the face framing them really well, where most of the rest of the body is covered. Eyes most detailed. Yeah, they're most detailed, and they've got some good contrast, which I think is helping. I do think, for me at least, this outfit is maybe a little bit under-designed in that this is one of those outfits, I mean, it's a critique we can levy against me, but it feels like an outfit I could kind of purchase somewhere and wear. It doesn't feel super distinct to me, where I feel like there's ways we could customize it further. This is another design where, like the last one, it's just vampire. This at least has a little bit of like push and pull from the way the color is working, but I feel like I want another layer on this concept where it's kind of just vampire. What could we add? There's a little bit of a heart motif, there's some chains, maybe the chains could be bigger. See, like bat and transformed. Yeah, like we could get more bat maybe into it somehow. But I think I just want another layer to this where it feels like there's a missed opportunity here. I like things that are pared down, but this might be a little bit too pared down, mayhaps. For me, at least. You know, also something about her, about their smile is also, it's very, what is her name from Hotel Transylvania? I feel like it's like her smile, where it's like really high up, where it's kind of like the mischievous, like, smile. Yeah, Mavis. Mavis? How do you say her name? Mavis? Yeah. Very, very Mavis in the facial expression. I haven't seen that movie in so long, but you know who loves that movie? My grandfather. My grandfather, who like exclusively watches like MASH and stuff, loves Hotel Transylvania. So very much. Melon the Melon, thank you for following. Oh yeah, right, it's really like weirdly out of character for him. He does not watch animated stuff. He loves like war movies, like usually, but he loves Hotel Transylvania for some reason. I don't know why. It's a good movie, but it's just surprising for him, I guess. So there's some skulls throughout the design, there's some chains throughout the design. I don't know if I really want to repeat either of those things inherently. There's some hearts, but not all of the hardware is hearts. Maybe the thing I would say here is just, we're gonna do hearts, commit all of your hardware to being hearts, because you already have like half of it. This is a heart. This is a heart in the center of the chest. Just commit and make this maybe a heart also, for consistency's sake, because then that'll feel a little more specific. But I don't really have a suggestion as to what I feel like your, like, additional concept angle should be. Because I think you do need something. And maybe it's something that relates to like a fashion sense, but taking another design motif and working it into like the shape of the skirt, or adding some things like, you know, even if it's just like we have a second belt over here, so we're not fully symmetrical. There's 2 belts on that side. Maybe instead of doing that, you could even have like, you know, these chains come down across the arm area and treat this as like a, what do you call it? I checked this before, like the body jewelry kind of stuff. And then maybe this gem is like attached to this, but then that adds some asymmetry. To have things like dangling off of it, more of the little like gems or something. I just feel like we just need a little more from this. A little more adding some interest throughout. There's more of those little gems. They won't be as important, so they won't be as distracting to me. Whoops, that's not the right color. Pink, pink, hello? There we go. So I just want to see you play around a little bit more with the fashion, break up the symmetry more. Something more amateur idol since they want to grow an audience. Oh, maybe something idol inspired could be interesting. I could see that working, yeah. More witchy things like how she transformed, or how they transformed. Careful pronouns, fellas. Which I say I probably have also goofed up. I'm so sorry. Transforms, or a magic circle, a curse mark. Those are all good points. Yeah. Turned to a vampire by a witch. Maybe that'd be a good place to say like, okay, what if we stick like a, like sort of like lavender, like hex under the edge of the shirt here that's like peeking out. So like it's the symbol is on the chest and we're only getting like the littlest glimpse of like, these are runes in case you're wondering. I'm gonna move this down in the layers and clean it up. It just is like a indicator there's something there, but that could be neat also. Can't read? That's okay, don't worry. I mean, granted, I am zoomed in here the whole time, which doesn't help, unfortunately, but we're all good. But yeah, something like that could be neat. Ooh, that kind of looks nice from a distance too, perhaps. Forgot, adds a visual. Yeah. Watched first 2 movies in a dining hall? What, for Hotel Transylvania? I think I watched those movies when I was babysitting for someone. I don't think I watched them outside of that. So I'm not super familiar with the Hotel Transylvania franchise, despite my grandfather loving it. Also, it is funny to me that we have this sort of alternating blue-pink, and then blue-pink alternating in the shoes, but then the wings for some reason don't follow the trend. So I was going to change the color of the bottom of this wing to be the pink so that it's following sort of the alternating trend the rest of the way. Just felt a little bit funny to me almost that that's the only thing that wasn't following that trend. Blur it out a little bit. Maybe invert the colors. Invert the colors. Invert which colors? There we go. Putting the pink there too. Oh, yeah, there we go. Got it. I think the hair buns being bigger would be cooler, but that's me. You know, Amaldas, I am with you. Also, hello. I'm always here for more exaggeration. And you know what? Sure, you're vindicating me to just make things larger. This does have good visual weight from the hair being so wide at the bottom, but yeah, like, what if, you know, hang on. If I were to go like this, I saw something really cute recently in Vtuber, just like a Vtuber design. I think I saw like a live 2D reference of some sort on Twitter, where it was a girl whose buns moved with her expressions, almost like ears. And I feel like that's so cute. That's a little bit silly maybe, but I feel like that's so cute. So like I've made them a little bit more asymmetrical because they almost feel like cat ears. But there could also be a way to reshape them so that they feel like bat ears in some manner also too. Beat me to it? Yeah. How would we make them into bat ears? Like, yeah, like little tufts of hair or something coming out of like the center? Like here somewhere? I don't know. Because bat ears to me are like... No, wait, they're like... that, right? Theoretically. I'm looking at bat ears. This is pretty accurate bat ear, right? That's what a bat ear looks like, more or less. Big and cute, yeah. So I feel like the thing we would need would be the fluff. And maybe since, do you see how the hair wraps over here? I wonder if, let's see, would black be the color for it maybe? We could tuck it so that it's like coming out of like this area. Although I don't know if that would read super well as a bat ear, unfortunately. Not really, bat ears don't have fluff. Oh, do they not? Oh, then it might be hard if we're just going for the shape reference then, because if bat ears are like this, and then, you know, they have the little like, it's not called variegation, the almost like ribbing thing like that, we'd have to very much change the pattern that the hair is wrapping in that way. Part the hair buns are those Vtuber buns that are designed to look like cat ears, or these elf ears, the effect is muted, go more flat out Elvira. That's true, we could go more Elvira with it too. You know, for what it's worth, I feel like people don't go as hardcore with like goth-inspired jewelry as they really could. Like, can you imagine being a vampire that has, what do they call them? They're called vampire bites, right? The kind of piercing where you have like the more like punk face piercing kind of stuff. I think are these Medusa bites or are these vampire bites? I feel like there's a number of names for all of those, but like we could. Snake bites, yeah, that's another one. There's a bunch of different names for them. Snake bites. What are vampire bite piercings? I've heard that before though. Although that makes me wonder, is a vampire bite... Oh! Vampire bite piercings are the ones that, hang on, they go through the lip. It goes in above the lip and it comes out through the lip. Yeah, it comes out through the top lip. I feel like that might just be like a funny thing for a design that might be kind of cheeky where it's a, are they real, are they not kind of thing for design. It might look kind of funny though, it kind of looks like a mustache. But like, I want like, give me more like crazy like goth jewelry of some sort. We're kind of limited to just sort of stock standard little like rings of some sort. Give yourself a custom earring shape. Custom earring shape can do a lot. Yeah, snake bites was better. But if we're going for sort of like the goth outfit angle, I feel like we can commit more, right? Mirroring the summoning circle pattern and the eye makeup, that could be neat. Mirroring the summoning circle pattern also maybe in the earrings could also be neat. We just... doing the worst Google search on earth. I've just Googled goth earrings just to see what there is, because I feel like we just need something that has a little more shape to it for them. Also the version of the top piercing chain going from the ear to the nose. Oh, see, that's also pretty neat. I've always also been a fan of that. There's a manga that has a character that has that, I feel like. But like, even if it's just something where it's like, I don't know, I'm doing like just geometric stuff to be... just so that the earrings have some kind of design consideration for them. A little bit of weight on one side, like, you know, maybe they sell these like sets that are purposefully mismatched for earrings and stuff, but even just something like that adds a lot to silhouette, and that also adds a little bit of interest. Yeah, single nostril piercing might also be good. Could either do the, like, eyebrow piercing just for little bits of asymmetry. We don't need all of these things, but like, there's more we could do on the face in an interesting manner that makes things feel a little bit more specific. Yeah. Why have big ears if not all the piercings? Exactly. Make the piercings more specific. Same deal, like this chain is not super specific. I would push people who are designing chains to take a look at what kinds of chains exist. There's some really interesting chains out there that have shaping where it's like, okay, here's a big ring, but then it has like this little ring and then a chain link almost that's just like a straight bar, and then it becomes another circle there. Or ones where it's like you get a big link and then you get a small link. and then you get a medium link, and then you get a small link, and you get a big link. Like, there's a lot of much more specific ways of handling jewelry, and I feel like a lot of the time we end up with stock standard chain, stock standard, like, hoop earring of some sort, heart-shaped chains. Yeah, if we're doing heart as, like, a motif for this, you could do a heart-shaped chain like that. If we're doing, like, just, like, what kinds of chains exist, this is a way you can draw certain kinds of just, like, gold, like, flattened link chains and stuff. There's a lot of different ways of doing it that I think may be beneficial here to make things feel a little bit more specific and a little more fleshed out. Because this is, like, the framework is all here. The framework is here. I just think we need to be a little more specific in some of the hardware that's being used here, perhaps. This isn't EG suggests fashion research on the bingo. I don't even have that on my bingo, but this is an EG suggests fashion research type of situation. Chat's opinion, because bats can get rabies. Can vampires then survive with rabies? I think vampires are impervious from disease, so I'm gonna guess yes. Byzantine chain is cool, non-standard chain links. Yeah, I want to see more of those things. I want to see more non-standard, not just like straightforward chains and stuff in designs, because we'll see, like, you know, this like center ring with more variation, but give me more variation in that. Also, like, for tights, have you seen, there's a million different ways you can do fishnets. Fishnets can have little patterns in them, or like bigger fishnets with smaller ones between them, different sizes of it. There's so many options. And I feel like we're getting ones that aren't like super specific for this case. Piercing edits remind me of those emo Disney edits. Oh, it does kind of feel like we did that. It does feel like we kind of did that to them, probably because I went kind of crazy with it. We don't need all of these. It was just a suggestion to maybe try one or two of them. Gems in the cross of the fishnet could be good too. Add some color discreetly. Yeah, there's like this pink gem color we have up here that could come back down here as like some of the gems without being super overwhelming, but just adding a little bit of interest. That just adds a little more warmth down there. Yeah, there's a lot of potential options here that I think would be worthwhile to go down the route of. So I think we can kind of start the rubric here, at least, by saying, oh, oh, hello, welcome in. Gawky, hello, welcome in. I am Squiiji, I'm a freelance artist Fungi, I'm also an art educator. Today we are doing vampire VTuber design critiques. We are starting to grade Hanzo, the vampire, who we were adding a little bit more detail to and a little bit more asymmetry to. But welcome in. It's not a phase. Hell yeah, it's not a phase. We've been looking at some nice like goth adjacent designs today. So I'm figuring out what you're putting down. Let's see, what are you guys up to? Pokemon Diamond Pearl, Bastion, and art. Intriguing. Hell yeah, goth? Yeah. If you have any particular like goth types suggestions for designs, you're welcome to pitch in. But what were you guys up to? Oh, doing art? Hey, hi. You were doing art? Would you be interested, mayhaps, in paying an art tax to us? You don't have to, by any means. But would you be willing to share with us what you were doing? We like to snoop. We're a little nosy here in the stream state. Of course, yeah, let's go. we haven't had any art tax in a minute. I've been kind of hungry for it. I'm kind of hungry for the art tax. I'm excited to see. delicious art tax. So I'll be avidly awaiting seeing what you guys were up to, what you guys were working on. If you guys need to do things also like eating or drinking or snorking, please take care of yourselves. Please look after yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, I appreciate it, but please look after yourself primarily. Might be a little snack. Oh, delectable. Yum. Tasty little snack. I can't wait. Just noticed the screen tone shader you have is so cute. Thank you. I made myself a custom build of Poyomi so that I have a halftone shader on me because I'm a screen printer. And I have to be insufferable and have a little bit of screen printing with me at all times. KWSX, thank you for following. Also, Quiet Kuma, did I say thank you for following? I might have missed you. I'm so sorry if that was the case. Did we rotate also? Shroommates, did you rotate? I don't pay attention. I keep forgetting. I got too excited about art tax and forgot to tell you to rotate. So I will do a little belated rotate for the raiders. we can always get a little more rotate, yeah. Posing the hands is really working for me. It's so cute. I do like the posing for the hands here a lot. I feel like it adds so much character here. It makes them feel really peppy, where like the sort of the base VTuber like fingers spread out thing, because we see it so much, it isn't adding as much character. It kind of becomes standard. This does add a lot for me too, yeah, the posing of it. But here, as we avidly await some art attacks, I'm going to start grading here, which is to start by saying, silhouette, I want more asymmetry, and I want it badly. Please, give me more asymmetry. Complexity versus clarity, we want more specificity of your on your clothing items, specifically hardware like chains or your piercings, stuff like that. It's not that you're over or under detailed inherently, it's that the details aren't specific. They all seem like they are like the generic version of whatever that object is to some degree. And we want you to have the like specific one. Oh, Moobot, come on. Moobot, that wasn't nice. You're good. Moobot's supposed to allow Imgur links, but don't worry, I got it. I got the link. I found it. Moobot, can't take it away from me. Let's see. Weep, whap. It's funny. Moobot really likes to snipe people out. Ooh, wait, these are neat. What are these for? Can we get that? What is the lore on this? Hang on. Working on fun panels based on cassettes, stream panels. I love them because they look like relief prints. Hang on, let me go here so you guys can see. Damn, a screen printer. Yes? Yeah, they look like relief prints. This little thing you're doing with the edges where you're cutting them out, provide negative space so that the like tape is folding over. Mwah, beautiful. We love to see it. It's so sick. Look at this. Isn't this so cool? The teeth devour me. Get your metal font in there too. Isn't this so cool? Isn't this delectable? Also, Jadeabu, thank you for subscribing with the Prime. I appreciate it. You only get one of those a month, and I'm honored you'd use it for me. Thank you. And then there's also a second. Donkey, I don't know if you do printmaking, but you should. you should carve some lino blocks. For real. You would have been a joy to have in class. You understand positive negative space quite exquisitely. Yeah, block prints. Yeah, they're lovely. I love these. I studied it, know how to do it, just never did. Do it. Do it. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Make them a reality. I'm cheering you on to do it. It's not the easiest thing always to print in your house, but you can definitely do some block carving at home and print in your house. And it'd be so nice. These would be so good as relief prints. I mean, they're already so good. They'd be so good. Carve some erasers and stamp them? Yeah, I always love those as an activity too. These are pretty detailed for an eraser stamp, but they're sick. Thank you for sharing with us. Roommates, can you say thank you for sharing delectable art tacks with us? Yummy, yummy, yummy. I also need to drink something because I made a funny noise there in my excitement. It hurt my throat. Remember doing block printing in school, but I was too weak to properly enjoy it. Oh no! Did they not have like anything like assistive to help with it? That's rough. Of course, anytime Hobbit fed you well, delicious, delectable. We are so well fed. We've been on a little bit of we've been on an unintentional art tax diet. We hadn't gotten any art tax in a minute. Lots of fellas raiding in from games recently, which appreciate all the raids. I love snooping. I love snooping. JD, thank you for following too. Oh my god, that YouTube emote is so cursed because like the overlay doesn't know what to do with it. Fuchsia tongue out, face fuchsia tongue out, face fuchsia tongue out. Now our school was poor. Ah, that's fair. We did some relief printing and we did them by standing on them when I was in middle school. I didn't know it was relief printmaking and I also didn't like it when we did it back then. Because they, not to say they didn't do a good job teaching it, but they made it seem really like dangerous and really unforgiving. But printmaking is so, neither of the, I mean, it can be dangerous and it can be unforgiving. But for perfectionists, it's really good. It's all the things that we like about illustration, but made in multiples. It's great. It's why only make one when you could make 15? Just finished a printmaking class in college. It's so fun. Let's go. Let's go. The printmaking is that was my grad. That's my major. That's my whole shtick. I mean, interrupted myself speaking by switching scenes and then remembered you can't hear me when that's happening. But, Bert makes my whole shtick. I miss it. I miss having access to, like, a full studio for it. Lurkers, I grabbed dinner and watched the grading. Hope the rest of the stream goes well. Thank you! Enjoy your dinner! Thank you for stopping by! Oh my god, all the little pink guys. They're so cursed. Face, fuchsia, tongue out. Put that tongue back in. I don't want to see it. Where were we here? Hanzo. Color palette. I think I want just a little bit more from your color palette. I feel like these blacks, you could have some that are more cool undertone and some that are more warm. Right now, all of them seem to have sort of the same purple undertone, where what if, like, some of these things were, you know, this is a cooler undertone, and this is a cooler undertone or something. Like, variety is the spice of life. I want a little more variety in your color undertones, just for the sake of interest, perhaps, if nothing else. For focal points, oh, that's a good question. I think the focal point is the face. The eyes are pretty focal because they're really bright. The contrast is pretty good. So focal points, full points, concept motifs. Your bat, I see it. I think I took off points for what I need as far as fashion, execution of motifs here for the most part. So I think I will go like that, mayhaps, for concept and motifs. I can see you're a vampire. I want you to have a little more dimension to your concept instead of just vampire, maybe? The witch angle could be brought in a little more visually, and then make some of your design aspects a little more specific. Make the hearts a true motif and repeat them more, or make the skulls a true motif and repeat them more. Something of that nature. What do we have here? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 10? I think? Right? 2, 4, 5? No. Math. 2, 5, 6, 7 out of 10. Where did I get the extra point? Quick math. Yippee! Can we get a round of applause for Hanzo, please? You are very cute. I want to hit you with a punkification beam. Gothification beam. Make you more. Make it crazier. Oh my gosh, now I'm thinking about like making the design more seen by adding more other colors in, or like putting like stripes in the hair, the raccoon stripes in the hair and stuff like that. It would be so neat. So cute. There's so many opportunities to be had here. But yay! Hand tracking, can we clap? Hello? I have 2 hands. I don't know if you knew this. Come on, nope, nope. There we go, got it. Need a shroomate version of the emote? We do need we don't have any squeegees that are screaming. So I guess that might be a valid thing we could have as an emote, is a good squeege scream. I don't scream very often, so that's why I don't think we have that. I don't think it's relevant to me. Yeah, we have Angie, but we don't really use Angie very often. I don't get Angie. Gothification, punkification, new words. Yeah, it's not a flavor blast. It doesn't need flavor blasting. We just need a little, yeah, garnishing. Just a little extra salt on top. Salt, a little bit of salt goes a long way on a lot of things. Just a little extra salt on top here. Here is our next one. Ditzy. See, I broke it a little bit, but this is going for an angle of vampire squid. But we are still getting vampire things in the sharp teeth, so kind of broke my own trend just a little. Not screaming, we're consuming. Oh, I guess that is the way you guys, for YouTube, I guess that is how you have to consume, because you don't have the EG. You don't have the mouth pop one, unfortunately. Because there's no animated emotes. TOS safe? Great question? No. Fantastic question, actually. Not at all. Good catch. This is gonna have to go like this, because the way the breasts are posed is kind of making all of this under boob. And we can't have that. Twitch gods say no. And then, similarly, these hip cutouts are also not allowed. As much as I know they are cool and stylish, and for like real bathing suits, that's like totally fine and normal. The overlords say, nope, too scandalous, cannot, not permitted. But if you still want to go for some of that kind of appeal, you could maybe make it like bulge out under these a little bit more. Potentially, but then I think, oh wait, hang on, yeah, whole pelvis should be covered. This might be okay. This might be what you need to do to get away with it on Twitch. You might want to do a little more somewhere, but I think that'll be enough to keep you safe. Sheer doesn't qualify, unfortunately. Sheer does not count favorably towards you being within TOS. Things have to be fully opaque, covering the pelvis, the whole pelvis. Like, even this being so low might be kind of dubious. And then you have to cover all under bust and side bust. You can have as much cleavage as you want, and as much, like, actual breast, as long as there's no nipple, but yeah. E.g., I cast fashion subgenre upon ye. Honestly, I feel like so many designs, just across the board, this is not just in VTubing, in anime, in, like, comics, in movies, and things like that, would be so much stronger and more memorable if they picked a good fashion subgenre to base the character in. I feel like that could just be, like, just such a good blanket statement to cover. I cannot understate the power of having a specific aesthetic that you are aiming towards. And by picking a specific fashion subgenre, you're doing that, so potentially. Even if it's not like a fashion subgenre, even if you're like, all right, this is something from the aesthetics wiki where it's like, this is hardcore or something. There's enough things that form those kinds of aesthetics that it could be a good guiding beacon, mayhaps. But this is Ditzy. We were modifying things before even introducing her accidentally. But she, her, Dizzy Squid. I'm a vampire squid. The image is a concept of my bathing suit. Leg parts are like a detached part of a wetsuit. It's mostly for fashion. Maybe add a bat-like webbed fins for more streamlined movement and water to add more function to the leg parts. Still a work in progress. Plan on giving her squid-like sandals for land that will add suction cup imprints on the sand. Oh, that's funny. I like that. The design is supposed to be alluring, intimidating, and athletic. Love to know your thoughts. Thank you. Tremates, are you feeling allured, intimidated, or I don't know if you'd be feeling athletic. Tremates, are you feeling athletic? That's a lot of skin I say when I have a lot of exposed skin on my design. I think this is a normal amount of skin to have exposed. So right, second dressing my characters, but the second I found a fashion music genre to slot them into, it's like a door opened. Yeah, that's the thing that I think current EG doesn't have, that my winter and my Halloween outfits have, is that I had a very specific fashion subgenre that I went for with them. This was just what I look like and how I dress and be as a teacher. So, but that wasn't as specific as it could have been. Looks like a swimmer, almost surgical because of the leg coverings. Yeah, I do read the leg coverings almost as like compression objects of some sort. She's a swimmer, then yes, athletic. Okay. This isn't the kind of, like, this kind of bathing suit is not practical for swimming or for surfing or for sailing or most of the sports you would conduct in water. And I'll tell you, there's one main reason why. And it's because if you are doing any of those sports, you want to wear a one piece. You want to wear one piece. And they make like real like hot looking one pieces. If you're going for alluring, there are one pieces you could wear that are probably going to be pretty intriguing in that manner. But just for practicality's sake, it's not going to look athletic as a two-part because we're used to seeing swimmers who do things professionally wearing a one piece because then your bottoms don't fall off. Yeah, the bottoms are gonna scoop water. Top here also is probably gonna scoop water. So for me, the things that would make this more viable as something that could actually function athletically come down to cut. Yeah, it feels very fashion instead of sporty. Let me see if I can find like a compromise, because I don't want us to lose the fashion angle here, because I feel like that's visually important, but at the same time, I think that the cut is what's making it not read that way for us as much, where we tend to associate like a higher neckline with potentially being more sporty. A lot of the sports ones I see, even if they just have something that comes across the chest, like here, and then you put something that looks like a faux sports logo on it, that might be all it needs. Is just something like, if it's like this low, invent yourself a fake sports logo And then if we fill all of this in, I think the cut is gonna be the way we can manipulate this the best. I'm gonna go like that and see if that works. Like how maybe more straps following that crisscross from under the breasts. Yeah, so what I was thinking about doing is, I think that for me, at least as far as practicality goes, I would want to see this connect and be a one piece. So, although they do have like athletic two pieces, but I think that it might just work better if it was connected, because for me at least also, the scale of these cords down here don't align with the scale of these up here, and it feels a little bit at odds to me, maybe? There we go. Here, what is our fake, I feel like a fake like squid sports logo of some sort on there. I feel like that would go a long way to help. One piece of skin showing at her sides like windows. Yeah, like I feel like, let me just try some funny business here. Like, just connecting things might be all it takes to make it feel more sporty, without us even covering like a lot more skin. Like that might be a little bit of a help to it. I feel like maybe that's a little weird. Now I've kind of created like almost like a shell thing happening there. Lamb's Corner, thank you for following. Doesn't pink sort of look like a bat there on the chest? It does sort of resemble a bat. I think it was going for shell, the way it was before I was modifying it. I think I actually made it more bat-like, but I do see that, yeah. Hello. The clip art of vampire squid silhouette. Yeah, you know what? I don't know if I know what a vampire squid looks like. How'd you make your 3D model? Blender. The ye old Blender 3D modeling application. One piece design look like a two piece with flesh tone that's slightly off or something. Feature the sharp tooth look, soft tissue. Put a mesh over to make it a one piece. I guess you could put it over it. It's kind of sweater the two pieces is not at all practical and make it hard. A lot of webbing between the tentacles. Okay, let me just look. Pull up another Google page here. Vampire squid. Oh, yeah, there's no webbing between these tentacles. I feel like in order for this to sell me as being a vampire squid, like the design, I would want a tentacle like out here or something that then connects via webbing. Because I think the webbing is, yeah, the thing that'll make it clearest that that's what's going on. And we could add those spikes, because right now for me also, there is the mentioned angle of wanting this to feel intimidating. And I don't feel particularly intimidated looking at this either. The eyes are maybe a little uncanny because they're so big, but you still feel very approachable. All of your shape language is very round. So I think that's limiting how unapproachable you may seem, right? Yes, the webbing vampire squid tentacles are pointy. You're right, they do come to points. Oh wait, they do come to points. I was not seeing those as being the end. That's me. Whoops. I just was paying attention. There we go. Point that. Spike them. It seems like they even go like longer than where the webbing ends. So like maybe it would be like, I could wrap them around like they happen in the other part of the design too. They could like, whoop. We really want to add a little more whimsy to it like there was, but like, I think we just need something. Not spikes, they're soft tissues. Okay. And yeah, it does add the silhouette to make it a little bit more distinct as well. So I think that would be an important critique to make here too. Athletic, alluring, intimidating. Honestly, alluring is probably the easiest one of those like kind of like buzzwords to get. That's probably the easiest angle there is as far as designing clothing goes. Have interesting skin showing. Honestly, just having the skin do that little thing where we're showing like the skin being compressed by elastic does a lot for the alluring angle as well. So we don't need a ton. So maybe the outfit's even maybe slightly over-designed. We could probably pare it down and it would feel more athletic. Like, I feel like if I were to go, let me see. Go like this. And then fill these. Whoops, hang on. Fill, nope. Can I have the color I would like to have? Thanks. Fill this. This might feel a little bit more athletic as well. Having less of those, like, details on there. Making things into bigger shapes, mayhaps. Bye! Bye, Zeptamy. Aureline, thank you for following, too. Also, Zeptamine, thank you. Best way I would compromise, you want to make it, I guess, more competitive suit. Be that of a side exposed, but biggest thing is stomach, not for Vtuber, for swimming. Yeah, a lot of dangly bits adds drag, make you swim slower. I think, I don't know if they're attached to being super, super, super athletic. I feel like you just want to have the vibe of feeling athletic here, maybe? Like, big, strong legs are definitely helping. And I feel like a lot of athletics also use striping also to show that they are like athletic type designs, where this doesn't really have that either, where, you know, if, you know, like the Adidas and stuff like that will have like, they're like white line trim stuff. So I'm wondering if those could be a white line and then it would feel more athletic. Maybe. Unclear. Recognize me by your spout hand? Oh, that's so funny. I love your YouTube videos. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad you like them. The eyes images I'm seeing all have blue eyes. I feel like that would bring up the amount of pink. Let me see. For vampire squids? Oh yeah, you're right. Vampire squids do have blue eyes, it seems like. That's one of our like favorite classic things to change also, is to take a VTuber who has pink hair and give him blue eyes, or blue hair and give him like red eyes, pink eyes. And like, you know, we could even leave some of the pink in them. They don't have to be entirely blue, but like, that makes the eyes quite focal. White. Nope. I have the color, please. I feel like we tend to associate athletics with things being more angular, more geometric. So I think by making things a little more angular and more geometric, this is feeling a little bit more athletic to me now. Just a bit. Makes it a bit more intimidating. If the eyes are a clear contrast to the soft pink, that's true. It does increase the intensity of the stare, and I've almost made it, you know when they're depicting people as like hallucinating or something, where they do the thing where they have the eyes appear as different rings of color? That adds sort of like an uncanniness to it that I think might be good to increase the intimidating nature. That's also happening. So I think that is a step in the right direction, perhaps. This is feeling more athletic to me. I would say this is still definitely alluring. Thankfully, alluring is pretty easy to achieve in that you leave a little bit of skin out. People are gonna be interested in that as long as you're not showing too much. Works out. Loves a swimmer. None of this needs to be added or removed, just saying. Yeah, no, I mean, those are all very like helpful things to consider for this though, because I have only limited knowledge as to what constitutes a good athletic outfit. Like, my understanding of athletics and bathing suits is limited by sailing, in which case you just need your top and bottom to be connected. They don't have to be like, your tummy can be out. You just want them connected in case you fall off the boat, because if you fall off and you're wearing a two-piece, you are getting your bottoms half, they're gonna rip off you. You're not gonna have them on anymore when they fish you out. So, yeah. Sounds like we got a few newcomers today. Welcome to the Imperium Shroom. Yeah, hello. Harpy Hair also. Hello, thank you for following. Lots of new faces around here. Hello. It looks like they're transparent, give a good intimidating vibe. Not sure how to draw that though. Oh, like the eyes almost have like a glossiness to them. I wonder if you could do that through like the eye highlights. If there could be like, if we could see like a glossy thing with the eyes. If I blend them out, they might feel a little bit like we're looking at something that has like a sheen over it of some sort. That might be interesting. Squid eye, yeah. Sounds like, oh, me reading Alive to Thrive's message in both locations accidentally. I do think, yeah, also the white is pretty close to the skin tone, so we may need to add a couple more steps in difference between them. And the feet being so bright all the way at the bottom here, I get that you're probably gonna wear shoes, and you were saying shoes that have sort of like suction cups on them. I like that. I think that's funny. I do, however, feel like maybe they're so bright right now that they are kind of distracting to me. Create the effect by putting some blue tones in the whites like you would rendering glass. Oh yeah, that's true. If I were to add like something like this to like in here and blur that out, and you could even like put them like in here. Maybe I want that to be brighter. What's happening right now? Oh, I'm under a color layer. That's what's happening. It's a little bit of something else. What are you doing? We are doing VTuber design critiques. We are critiquing vampire-based VTuber designs today. Right now, we are looking at a vampire squid, so less directly vampire than the others. Where did I also draw the... Oh, this. I'm gonna duplicate this tentacle and... add the note of you should just not make them be exactly posed the same. But I'm not going to redraw it. I'm just gonna take my tool here and move it. Make them just a little bit different at least. Then the pink and the blue to kind of make it like albino eyes, if that makes sense. Yeah, I see what you mean. I don't think we need to worry so much about rendering right now. Just getting the idea of having the eyes maybe having a little bit of a glossy feeling, we can make that note. Turtleneck One Piece is your friend for swimming fast. That's also true, yeah. Based on the start, lose your bottoms, or this has happened to me with One Piece, have a booba slip. Oh, yeah, well, yep, I do. I've also had that happen. Falling off of a sailboat, yes. Crazy, I was thinking about making a vampire outfit for my VTuber. Vampire outfits can be so slay. I almost had one for Halloween. I came very close. I ended up as a mage instead. But there we go. Okay, so I think those changes are all putting us in the right direction here. Ever the Oshi no Ko eyes. Could also do that. I think the general note here is eyes need something. Eyes need something. And I think that's adding something good to the eyes. I fear that the shape of these socks is still taking away from this feeling athletic in some way. But maybe not fully. And I wonder if just eliminating all of the arcs, because the body is already so curved, the tentacles are so curved, we're not losing all of the nice rounded shape language, but we tend to associate athletics with being a little more geometric in cuts, I feel like, for things. But them being like, I wonder if maybe it could be something as simple as if I just add the stripe up the side, give you your like racing stripe essentially, if that'll be enough to make it feel athletic. Because even if this feels like just kind of like a seam line, that might help. You know, honestly, that kind of does a lot more than I thought it would. Right now it's too bright. We'd probably want a sweeping gradient so that it's not as bright right there, but like, I think this is kind of in the right direction here. Push that back a little. Yeah, racing stripe works pretty well. Yeah, surprising. Give her shoes, dogs are out. It seems like she had a specific idea for the shoes already. Something with squid-like sandals, which I'm going to guess that what that means is maybe the sandals have like a more diamond shape to them, like the end of squid tentacles sometimes have. But the other thing is vampire squids don't seem like they have suction cups. Do they? It seems like they don't. So I don't know if that maybe my recommendation there is to not do that, because if we are going to be faithful to the specific type of animal that you are, we probably don't want to add that. Which feels like icing to me. Maybe I'm just hungry. I can see that. I can see it being a nice, delicious, delectable icing trim. Worried about your feet. I mean, that's fair. I wonder if just like water shoes of some sort. Water shoes are so uncool. Flip-flops. Something. But I mean, a lot of us just go into the water with bare feet. And if we're doing swimming or sailing, a lot of the time you're wearing bare feet anyway. I think just for the way that they are right now, I would just want them to be pushed back a little bit. They're too bright right now. If I just go like this, just reduce their contrast a little bit. Now I think this is working a little better. So, what did we talk about here? Let me turn off all the things I've done because I kind of forget where we started here. Aha, okay. So, 100% symmetrical is where we started. Also needing to look closer to the very specific kind of squid that this is referencing, closer to the specific vibes that are intended for. We should do a ladder test. Weep, whap, weep, whap, whoop, weep. I really don't know how to count any of that stuff. Weep, whap. Out of the hair, up the cups, like the necklace kind of gives some. Eyes are really big, so they probably get 2. Hairline, almost like a headband. Top of the hair and then top of the ears, I think. Oh wait, I can just go like this and I can just move it over. There we go. Do any of you want to climb this ladder? Classic EG noises. I'm sure I was doing that, yeah. my autopiloting and my brain is like, if you're quiet, they're going to be bored. Make funny noise. That is how you keep them interested. That's all it takes. Ouch. Well, good upper half focus. Sadly, there's not really much happening on the leg. There's at least something. They're not totally bare. Ladder single finger toe trap. Yeah, this is a trap in some manner. I don't think you'd survive it. There's a little bit more clustering around the head. I don't feel like I'm drawing a lot of these lines in the correct spot because there's so much crisscrossing. But the crisscrosses are completely symmetrical, so I don't feel right giving them diagonal movements because they're completely symmetrical across them. But I would say, yeah, I would say this is a passing ladder. Honestly, maybe it's just because it's not rendered too. I do just want the... Oops. Multiply. Push some of these values back. And probably is because it's not rendered, but just for clarity's sake, having this pushed back for depth's sake would be nice. Let me get that off your face. And then like also like here so we can see that overlap. And then even where it's like against your arm, if these were darker, I'd be able to see a little bit more clearly. Oh, I can't clip it to the thing, so we're just gonna have to enjoy the fact that I've colored outside the lines. You're gonna have to be okay with that. But like, I feel like that helps a lot also with clarity here too. See, spores are bugs stuck on 65 for over an hour now? Oh no, I wonder why that is. That's weird. Have you tried refreshing the page? I wonder if it's... Huh, that's odd. I want them sharp to look like fangs on top of the socks. Oh, like the top of the socks could mirror what is like on the inside of the like a tentacle area? I don't know what to call that on the squid. The inside of his, not carapace. Yeah, I guess it would be the tentacle area of the squid. I gotta learn my squid body anatomy terminology. I've learned a lot of what things are called because of being a VTuber. But here, I think I can start grading though. Let's see. 80k spores in the Gamba pool? Are there really? Oh my gosh, that is so many. That is a lot of spores in the Gamba pool. We got some big spenders today, huh? No, like oh wait, you mean like if instead of being, hang on, I think I know what you mean. If instead of being like that, it was like inverse of cat leggings or cat socks, like that almost? Is that what you mean? For having the teeth? That honestly might work. That might be good. Were they like different heights or something? How did I? That feels a little more athletic too. A little more intimidating also maybe as well. I think those might be a step in the right direction. Yeah, like inverse cat thigh highs. Just like vampire fangs, draw the vampire squid. Yeah, that might be helpful for making that connection. Thank you, I appreciate it. I think that's a good move here. So for color palette, well actually here, we're gonna start with silhouette. You are fully symmetrical and your hair isn't exaggerated as it could be, and especially with swimwear, we have to find the instances where we can exaggerate to make you distinct. So I'm gonna put it maybe there. For complexity versus clarity, honestly, it's fine. I think the thing that we are feeling though is that with concept, we can execute a little bit more clearly on the vibes you're intending for, as well as your species. For color, or for focal point, your eyes would be a bit more focal if we made them blue instead, and that's a little more accurate for your concept as well. For color palette, we didn't end up doing a ton of changing, mostly just clarity stuff a little bit, but I think it's just 'cause it's unrendered. Color's probably fine, other than changing the eye color, but I've already counted that in focal point, so I think this is where I'd put you. Seems about right. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.5. Yep, that seems right. Did my little recount to make sure. Yippee! Good work, Ditzy! Very cute. Very cute. You got this. Also, swimwear angle. I wonder if this is just is not their like full, like their normal outfit. I'd be intrigued to know what her like typical outfit is. If this is just the beachwear angle, maybe. I'm intrigued. All right, let's see. Can we do one more today, maybe? How many did I have pulled? I had 2 more. Can we get one more in here? Can we get a higher than average Squiiji day? We got, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What a 7th? Shroommates. I bet you didn't expect when I yapped for an hour and about an hour, yeah, for us to make it to 7. Oh wait, I didn't clap. Round of applause! Round of applause for Dizzy. But you never expected me to get to 7, huh? I'm doing better than average today. Higher than average. That number 6 big spender in shambles. Oh boy, I can't even see what the predictions are right now, but I'm intrigued to know what the spending was there. Oh boy. We'll see. I see a couple of you did vote for 7. I appreciate your the faith in me. Also, YouTube, the number 1 vote for YouTube was 5, so YouTube had no faith in me, actually. 60% of YouTube Shroommates guessed lower than I got to today. Going today on the design crits. Yeah, I'm locked in today. Surprisingly, it seems like I wasn't, but you never know with me, huh? I feel like the concepts have been carrying real well today, which is why we've been able to move kind of quickly, despite me being a little bit out of sorts. Go quick 2 more and give me the biggest ROI on my 20 points I'll ever get. You know? We could. we could. Actually, I don't think we can. We have 20 minutes. Born to shroom and loom, forced to lock in. Yeah, they locked me inside a house. It's okay, I permitted it. What should I play today? Thank you for following. Me drink a little bit of lemonade. Limonada. Nick also thank you for following. All right. This is Nereus Nocturne. He, she, they. It was noted like that is the order of preference of pronoun. NN Vtuber, which I hate in my brain that I read NN in the sense of NNN. Which is totally not your fault at all, but I was like, oh, that's so sad. Why was that where my brain went there? I made the model 100% in Vroid Studio, so that sort of limited me with what I could do with the silhouette of the outfit, plus it led to some minor clipping issues with the sleeve and back of the vest. Some elements of the design are partially based on me IRL, notably the hair and visual kei inspired makeup. The design used to be pretty symmetrical and more reasonable outfit. The models on my Twitter pinned, but I felt like the silhouette and design weren't unique, so I intentionally made it very asymmetrical. I see the visual key angle of the hair. I see it. I love it. I love your hoge. It's good. I love the flat bangs also with the dyed central strips. Good. Yeah, an unusual 3D model. We don't get a lot of 3D models in the submissions. My brethren, my fellow shrooms. Fellow 3Ds. Yeah, 3D gang, rise up. I will say, I know a lot about Vroid. I've used Vroid. I know that program kind of inside and out. So I do know what it excels at and what it struggles with. So I can see how those things are impacting this. I think there's some clever things happening. Making a cravat like this is a challenge in Vroid for sure. This might just be like one flat texture. If there is any way possible I don't think those tutorials are around anymore. There's somebody who had tutorials for like using hair to do all kinds of crazy stuff in Vroid. You could make this using hair and just repeat the same thing and layer it. I think I saw that on a Vroid model at some point. And that might be easier, and then it can have physics a little bit. But my first critique here is you have placed yourself on a background that's making it a little bit difficult to see your design. I will say it's way better on my monitor OBS is on. On my drawing tablet, I cannot discern the inside edge of this leg against this background in here. So how is it, is it clear for you guys? Because I can't see the difference on my drawing monitor, but I can see the difference on my OBS monitor. Either way, that probably means we want a little bit more contrast between your background and your character for it. It's just making it hard for me to read the silhouette a little bit. Try not to mention the background. No, it's okay. I mean, that's still like a critique of... We mention it whenever we have to critique designs that are really light colored and they're on white backgrounds. We'll change the background color. This, I don't know if I can change the background color of, unfortunately. They may be too similar. And then the gradient might make it tough. But let me see. Can I just do this red everywhere? Nope. Hang on. Oh. Hang on. This kind of is working. Wait. Wait. I'm just gonna make it all red. Not that red is probably the best color. Actually, red is probably not the right color to do for this. I mean, just make it like gray or something. Gradients are really good for adding interest to things. But they are kind of my bane.
Gary here. You're so
Hi, Gary.
locked in that you locked me outside when I snuck out to eat the rocks on the driveway. Can you please open up? It's getting dark, and I think a mushroom-eating man is lurking in the darkness.
Mushroom-eating man?
Please unlock the door. I promise to not eat rocks for like an hour.
For like an hour? Okay, I think that's fair, Gary. If you're not gonna eat rocks for an hour, I can open the door and let you in. I think that's acceptable. Jermaine, did I tell you that Jubby and I were afraid that, did I tell you that Jubby... What have I done? Jubby and I were suspecting that, our neighbor had, maybe done something he shouldn't have and was throwing away, like, a body or something. It was totally unfounded. There was no reason for us to believe this, other than the fact that he was putting his garbage out at a weird time and also wearing gloves while doing it. I don't know what Gary said that made me... Oh, mushroom eating, yeah, something like that. Made me think of it, but don't worry, everything's fine. But I did freak Billy out because I was like, hey, I'm gonna take my garbage out. If I don't come back, I think it's because I discovered my neighbor was up to no good and they probably dealt with me accordingly. Also, thank you for the bit, Selma. Gotta jangle the keys. Yeah, okay, so here. For as much as this makes the background really unpleasant to look at, it makes it so that I can see the design a little bit more easily. That hair? That is hair. Hang on. Actually, wait. Like that? Maybe? There we go. That looks awful, and I'm so sorry, but I just need that so I can see your silhouette a little better. Maybe I can, like... There we go. So, what I highly recommend to anyone who is using Vroid is there is a tutorial series by Rainhet, R-A-I-N-H-E-T, which goes over some very basic things you can do in Blender to really benefit Vroid designs, because with Vroid, your silhouette does end up kind of limited by what base shapes they have, and it puts the weight in funny places. So like, a lot of the things where it's like the weight for this should probably feel like it's sitting a little bit lower. The sleeve actually looks pretty good for all intents and purposes. But you can use Vroid Studio to critique your shapes, or not Vroid Studio, use Blender to modify your shapes a little bit. And then, wherever you're having clipping problems, I see your shirt clipping through here. Why do you even need to have a shirt texture there in the first place? You could just not have a texture there. You can just erase it out, essentially. That's like the oldest 3D trick in the book. When I tell you, if you look at me, see, there might even be an angle where you can see it. Let's find out if there is. If you look at me, I actually don't, my shirt doesn't continue. It looks like it might, but it doesn't. My shirt actually stops under my overalls. Like, there's nothing in the center region of my, like, tummy. I'm actually hollow, which it's disguised. You shouldn't be able to see it, but because if it was there, it would clip when I would bend over. And, like, my neck stops, like, halfway down. Like, I don't have arms, my sleeves just are empty. They just stop where my wrist is no longer visible. Hacks. You don't need to have everything actually be layered, yeah. That's the Vroid artifact. Yeah, so with Vroid, you can just erase out the texture where it doesn't need to be. So that way you don't have it clipping through so much. And that's the save. Yeah, it saves polys too, because Vroid will also export and not export polys where there's nothing. This sleeve might be tough because I think it's mostly a weight painting trouble that's happening to try and fix that. And that might be an advanced solution. But for what it's worth, you could further make your like silhouette stronger if you just take it into Blender and use the proportional editing to just drag some things around a little bit. And I think that could be to your benefit here. The hair, for what it's worth, and the ears have a decent silhouette. I love your little like bunny ear hoge is cute. What was the tutorial person name again? Rainhat. R-A-I-N-H-E-T. Yeah, Rainhet. Rainhet Chaneru has a good series. I think they're doing it on a Miku model, but they show how you can like separate textures from Vroid things into different objects, how you can add a little more depth to some things, how to very, very quickly and basically rig a couple things, reparent bones so you can have physics on some objects, just some like little tweaks you can make that are worthwhile. Rain hat, isn't that what you wear when it's raining? Yeah, you can put a rain hat on your head. You could. Take Jumper's a recent clip of her new model where she doesn't have a torso to avoid risking 2S breaks. Oh, lordy. If you guys know Cynical, I know somebody who I think they worked on a model for Cynical, and they just like fully removed the stuff that is underneath Cynical's skirt to prevent TOS problems, because I think it was like booty cheeks out was the problem or something. And they just were like, none. If you get an upskirt, there's just nothing there. Just for maybe that version of it. Yeah, Rainhat Chaneru 3D. Yes, 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 yes. Rainhat is some of my favorite 3D VTubing tutorials for modeling process. Yeah. Empty void. That is what I contain. I contain empty void. There's nothing within me. I'm so empty. But, so, this design, while I do appreciate the attempt at adding some asymmetry to it, I feel like this may be one of those cases where, because we're trying to add asymmetry for asymmetry's sake, decisions have been made here that feel like not to say like silly kind of, but like they feel like they aren't the decisions that would actually be made in designing clothing for wear, where there's some ways we could add asymmetry without having to go down that route. If we're looking at like visual like styles, the asymmetry in a lot of those styles ends up coming from the fact that like things are like worn kind of loose or like draped across the body. I tend to associate that with having like the funny little like, I don't know what to call it. It's not like a half skirt, but like the thing that goes like this. I don't want to put it in white, but like, you know, the little like piece of cloth that dangles from the waist like here. Kind of I associate that with the style. Like a first idea decision. Yeah, that's kind of how some of this does end up feeling. Where, you know, if your pants felt like one was rolled up to the knee and one was left full length, that might be something where we could say, oh, okay, like I can see that being a decision we could make realistically with clothing that we have, but why would you cut your pant leg off at the thigh? Or how does this shirt work? Is this shirt under a different shirt? Is this a shirt that is just split left and right? How does that inherently work? So I feel like this is one of those cases where I would suggest more fashion research to figure out what ways we could add the asymmetry in a way that still feels natural. Like, I feel like a lot of bands where they'll do like the one single glove thing. Yeah, we're doing shirtception a little bit, yeah, but like one single glove, things that are sort of like draped asymmetrically across the body, like one longer like hanging chain. But for what it's worth, I feel like a lot of visual kei bands, their outfits are very symmetrical, but then their hair is real crazy, and that's what adds all the asymmetry that they need. Or their jewelry is asymmetrical, and that's what adds the asymmetrical angle to it. So maybe, don't have to worry. The other thing I feel like with the hair is that I kind of want that classic, I don't know if it counts as a wolf cut anymore thing, where they'll have like the hair that's like this, where it has some shape to it, where it kind of comes out and around. And then a lot of the time they'll have like that area on the inside colored. I feel like that might add a little bit of natural asymmetry too if we're adding more hair. I will say Vroid makes it a lot easier to do asymmetrical hair in 3D than just like working in Blender would, because they have this fun little like almost like mesh net that you draw your hairs onto the surface of. Low key, it's so convenient. It's so nice. Sometimes when I do commission work, I will make a head that is the right size, make the hair in Vroid, and then merge all the hairs together and do all of my editing afterwards, like retopologize it in Blender after, because it's so convenient. And I know there's a way to do something similar in Blender, but it's just nice sometimes, yeah. If the shirt collar was half-half too, imply the whole shirt came out of Cruella de Vil wardrobe. You know, that's true, maybe. I feel like this could, like, used to be, like, taller or something. Make the puff look right. But yeah, maybe we do need to see that the collar on this side, and maybe we like the buttons or something dark too. So that way we can tell that it is like truly a split shirt situation here in some way. I think of what other things I sort of associate with this aesthetic style that could be useful for bringing in for the clothing, because unfortunately, even though this is still the way it's going, I still feel like this feels a little unnatural to me, the way that it's posed, and maybe I just need to, like, maybe this is white, so that way it just feels like the sleeves are being handled differently and we don't do the different colored thing there, and that way the black is just something that's saved for the lower arm and the one arm just gets more of the black lower on it. Because then it feels like the white is something that's being worn as a shirt over top of the black shirt, and then we're doing layering, which might make a little more sense visually, potentially. So that might be another option. Honestly, just going for most of it being in a like darker color too, and like grays instead of white might be good too. I feel like that's more typical of this fashion style, maybe. And maybe just like more adornment. I feel like Visual Kei is a more maximalist style than this is. So as far as the aesthetic goes, increase more. There's like a lot of jewelry worn, a lot more makeup. The makeup isn't as exaggerated as maybe it could be. Lots of like really dark bits around the eyes. Hair could be really spiky. I feel like we could just lean into the exaggeration of the fashion style a little bit more here, kind of in general. But hang on, I'm gonna kind of get started here because thoughts here were initially, at least, concept. I can kind of tell you're a vampire, kind of, sort of, kind of. It's from the teeth, and I think the blouse is helping and the ears are helping, so I get that. As far as Visual Kei, is it Key or K? No, I'm second guessing myself. Is it Visual Kei or Visual K? I think it's Key. K? Am I okay? K? Is it K? Dang it. Have I been wrong my whole life? I've listened to Visual Kei since I was like 13. Have I really been calling it the wrong thing my whole life? I thought it was Key. Nar, I don't know. Oh, the only thing in my brain that's making me think, yeah, K-E-I, it's K, because Tsukishima K from Haikyuu, and that's how his name is spelled, and that's how it's pronounced. Nar, okay. K, I'll have to try and remember that, okay. Okay, it's pronounced K. Visual Kei style, I'm seeing some of it. I think it just needs to be more maximalist, but I am seeing the vampire end of it. Whoops, hang on, give me green, please. Hello? Hello? Green? Oh. There. For focal points, EI is A, AI is I, OI is Oi, Ouija for sure. UI is Oo, II is E. Language isn't at all confusing. Not even slightly, no. Not even remotely confusing. I could never be confused by language. It's not like we do this once a stream. The more I stream, the more I realize my grasp on the English language is tenuous. At best. I don't think I speak any languages very well. POV making a voice bank. I will say, been trying to make an English Squiiji voice bank for like 2.5 years, and it's so confusing because you have to use different letters to stand in. Like you use the ampersand for one pronunciation of letter A, you use the at symbol for another pronunciation of letter A. It's so confusing. Trying to make sure everything's pronounced right so that it all goes into the thing, right? Yeah, I was doing VCCV. Yeah, I should do R parsing. Instead, I hear it's better. I'm not up with all the tech of Utao these days. Dashido the Raven, thank you for following. It's just, there were songs I wanted to cover that were VCCV, and that was why I was trying to do it that way, but it's like hundreds of samples, and trying to make sure I'm pronouncing them all right was not working out properly. Our pressing is easier in theory, but good luck finding someone to configure it. Oh, I'd be configuring it myself. I did my autoing and all that stuff myself. I'd figure it out. I figured it out. I always give it a good college try. I give it the old Squiiji try. That's how I figured out most of what I do. I don't really find other people to do other things for me often. Okay, hang on, focus. So, for silhouette, I feel like the decisions for asymmetry feel like they were made sort of as first thoughts of, I need more asymmetry, quick, what do I put in there? Bam. I feel like we could cook a little bit longer on them, and through some more fashion research, we could find better solutions to it. Potentially. For complexity versus clarity, I want more detail. I feel like, once again, this is like, the vest feels kind of like any old vest that could be red. It doesn't feel super specific. Same deal, like the pants feel like any old dress pants, but they're kind of cropped kind of oddly. Adding a little bit more detail, adding another layer to your concept maybe also, outside of just having like a fashion sense added to it, might be what could give you the push to having more interest in that department. For color palette, I think we could use a little more clarity between your like black values. They end up becoming kind of flat maybe, and they're very dark. Find it hard to design inside of Vroid. Don't do your designing inside of Vroid. Do your designing somewhere else and then translate it into Vroid. I don't ever do my designing directly in Blender when I'm 3D modeling, because thinking about design and proportion and three-dimensional space all at once is tough. Like, it's kind of putting the, what do they call it, the cart before the horse. You should lock in, yeah, what your sketch is, see if things are working before you go and put all of that work into fleshing things out. And honestly, with Vroid, I feel like a block out can be very helpful just as a basis too, where you just block out your silhouette first and foremost, erase everything into the right shape first to start, and then go from there. And that can help a lot from the get-go too, to make sure your proportioning feels right, to make sure your silhouette is strong enough, all that good stuff. So I feel like those might be good considerations. This also has like no midtones. It is all really, really dark or really, really light, so you're pretty contrasty as far as the color goes, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it is very stark. I know a lot of Visual K stuff can be that stark, but I feel like we just need a midtone somewhere, somehow, even if it's replacing the white. I feel like a lot of Visual K clothing is much more black on black on black on black, with like subtle undertone shifts, or not even sometimes. So I feel like that could work to your benefit. For focal points, your hair does do a pretty decent job making us look at your face, as do your eyes. So I think that that is working in our favor, where your lips are pretty high contrast against your skin. Once again, the power of lipstick cannot be understated. Power of lipstick! Barely been here because work is busy. Gonna win the Gamba. Squiiji only done 6. Ha, Riraku, this is the 7th. Ha, get gotten. I was locked in. I did one more than usual. You should be proud of me. Yeah, chompers, also good. Chompers are good. But face, I think, is working as the focal point properly, as it should be. And I think that's the bulk of my thoughts there. Oh, Randandel, did you have to unfollow and refollow to try and figure out why the your 4 points aren't working? I hope that works. I hope that fixes it. Oh no. But I think this is the grade. What is this? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10? A 7 for our 7th for the day? Makes sense to me. I stand by my suggestion of make your background color a contrasting color. Yippee! Fashion research for you. I diagnose you with fashion research. 7 out of 10. Woo! You got this. Shroommates, round of applause for all our lovely vampires here today that we had gathered. Hang on, can we speed run real quick? Not to do this to you. Just real quick, because there is one that is conceptually kind of neat that I feel like, I don't want to skip it. Then again, it's like 6 already and I'm really hungry, so maybe not. Darn. I gotta figure, we'll come back for this fella later. Dr. Memento, I want to come back for this fella. Maybe when I do my black and white day, we'll come back for this one, but I do want to make sure I come back for this. I think we will not because I'm really hungry. Not today. But the design is neat, and we will come back when we do our black and white theme day. We'll come back here. Because this is a vampire. But not maybe as traditional in the way it's designed. It's very neat, but we'll come back maybe. That's our little, we'll snoop. Not today, but we can look forward to this one in the future. Yeah. We'll look forward to it. Somebody said, do you have any recommendations for places to do fashion research? I have a whole section of the Discord. I have a whole area in, where is it? Let me find it. It's in resource share? Yes, resource share. I have fashion research databases. There's like 20 of them. Let me see if I can link you to it here. Copy link, there we go. If you're in the Discord, you should be able to follow this link, I believe, and that should take you to it. If you would like more locations where you can get fashion. If you are not in the Discord and would like to be, Discord, so then you can have access to it. The Shroommates are very nice and kind and helpful when it comes to character design, I promise. They're very supportive. There we go. So, let's see. I really did not even come close to bingo at all. Not even slightly at all, even close. Yeah, no way. I got 3 in a row and that was the closest I came. No bingo for me today. For our prediction, however, 7. 7, are you proud of me, Shroommates? Oh my gosh, there is so much Shroomy redistribution of wealth. I appreciate that a whole 8 of you. So the majority of you on Twitch did vote for 7. We just had a big spender in the 6 category, is what it is. So, complete prediction. Who's getting the money? Where's it going? Yummy spores, right? Let's see. Who just, how much did you get delivered? You guys got a lot. There were 8 of you splitting. Did you each get 10K? Did you each get 10,000 points? 10,000 spores? That's 80,000 spores being distributed among 7 people. You got 20K? You got 44K? 10K back? What? Oh wait, it's proportional, it's proportional. It's based on how many you put in. It's based on how many you put in. You get that percentage back from it. Dang, yeah, 5K from 500, 10K bad, dang. Total Shroomy redistribution of wealth. I fear that there may be some Eldritch AGs in my future now. After Loopsy, yeah, you, and probably, honestly, Odgepodge have probably the most spores in the Shroom state right now, if I had to guess. I can guess what you guys are saving for, maybe. But interesting. But I need to eat. I am so hungry. I am so unbelievably hungry right now because I couldn't eat because my mouth was numb earlier. But thank you guys for hanging out, Shroommates. I will see you on Thursday. We are going to be starting our ZZZ tier list. I'm intrigued. Is it 6 p.m. where you are? Yes, I am EST, Eastern Standard, US. So I'll be back on Thursday, ZZZ. Thank you for hanging. Shroom me later, YouTube fellas. Thank you guys for stopping by. Bye. Watching you in my car on a road trip. Oh, no.